Hello, everybody. Good evening and good day, and welcome back to the Ask Abhijit show. This is episode 346. I hope you're all doing great. We're going to be discussing what's happening in the world, the war in Iran, and anything else that you would like to discuss. And before we get into that, let's see who all is there on this live stream this fantastic day. We have Piyush Sinha, Darshan Patel from Dieppe, California, Canada. Okay. Hey, Hemavati Kumar, Lovish Thind, Ritik Pawar, One Punch Man, the Posture CEO, Chirag Srinath, Mary Kane, good morning. Pratar Dana, Namaste. Geopolitical Dubey is here from Indore. Good evening, sir. Ashwini Sharma, Shubh Sandhya, Abhinav Kapil, Dev Joshi, Vinod Vaibhav, Kratos Aryavartavasi, ASKC9HR, Jimmy Lee, Ayush Singh, Pranam Sarji, Feel Strong Man, Namaste. Feel Strong Man is here from Chennai. Namaste, good to see you. Vinod Vaibhav, uh, Nirvana Shanks, Ave, Devik Shriyan, Polynomial, Abhishek Shukla Live, saw me once again. Soldier Boy says, where is the Chavda index? It is in the process of being reconstructed because it's been a while. So we need to ingest new data to recalculate the score. So it's in the process. We have Rano Nahapana. Good to see you. Sanju, Geopolitical Dubey from Indore. Good to see you. GK. Nabadita Das. Good evening. Abhishek Shukla Live invites me to visit Kanpur. I would love to visit Kanpur. Thank you. Silicon 2 stars. The feminist slayer. Good to see you. Arindam Roy. Hello. Unpopular opinion. Rishabh. Ashish Tomar. Tanmay Deshpande, really now, Miss Patel, namaste. Shatabhish, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Jimmy Kudo, Harshit Goel, good evening. Basant, Ram Sarji, Priyanshi Sood, Om, good evening, ma'am. Alak Ladha, hey. Devik Shriyan, Somi is here from Jaipur. Good to have you, Somi. Piyush Jaswal, Dr. Atul from Kochi. Hello. Pranay Karmokar, good evening. Random Skull, good to see you. Venish Acharya, Shubhankar Kulkarni, Chat DSP, Namaste, good to see you. We'll talk about that. Martian, Vimal Chaudhary, Unknown Radar, Unknown Dar, Somalia Paul. Somalia Paul from West Bengal. Thank you so much, sir. Good to see you. Good to have you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And so many other people. Sagar Ghare, Kumar is here. Sankalp Tiwari, Ashwin Dragon from Kerala, Namaskaram. Kahan is here. Good to see you. Sumit Agarwal Kodi Chiva, Chat DSP, McLevin, Durandar 2. I haven't seen it yet. Still haven't seen it. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Okay. All right. Hard Candy. Good to see you, Hard Candy. Anabil Sarkar, M. Keshav. Martian is here. Mrinmoy Dekha. Namaste. Ready. I was ready. Good to see you. Namo Indraya, XI Trump T2B. Okay. Let's get going with what's happening. So before, who else do we have? EXOXD, Kangle Kurumjari, Naval Kishore, K Pop New, and Prithviraj Singh Rajput from Maharashtra. Good to have you. Pranay Karmokar. Thank you so much. Been following for 4 years. Thank you so much. Okay, so what's happening in the world? Before I take some questions, before I take your questions, let's see what's been happening. Let's take a look at what Trump has been saying. Okay, the past 2-3 days. So we did the last live stream like 3 days ago. About 3 days ago, and it seems like a lot has happened in the past 3 days. So let's take a look at Trump, Mr. Trump, American President Trump's Truth Social account, which is where he expresses his opinions very liberally. So this is from 3 days ago. This is by Trump himself. The biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. He's so confident. Much more to follow, he promises. It is time for Iran, in capital letters, to make a deal before it's too late. So he is desperate for a deal with Iran. He's begging the Iranians for a deal. It's time for Iran to make a deal before it's too late, and there is nothing left of what still could become a great country, President DJT. So, this is how he negotiates. So he's asking for, he wants the Iranians to come to the table and make a deal with him, with the United States. This is from April 3, once again, just like, this is from 2 days ago. Today is April 5, I think. Yeah, it's April 5 today. Our military, the greatest and most powerful by far anywhere in the world, hasn't even started destroying what's left in Iran. Bridges next, then electric power plants. New regime leadership knows what has to be done and has to be done fast. President DJT. So more threats and more supplication, right? He says that we're gonna send you back to the Stone Age. Essentially, we're gonna destroy your bridges, destroy your electric power plants. Isn't this a war crime to destroy civilian infrastructure? But if Donald Trump does it, I suppose it's okay. Yeah. So okay, so he's once again asking the Iranians to come to the table and make a deal, with him, negotiate a deal with him. What else? Um, with a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil, and make a fortune. It will be a gusher for the world, President Donald J. Trump. This is once again from April 3, 2 days ago. So he says that just a little more time, we will reopen the Strait of Hormuz, we'll open it ourselves, and we will take the oil from wherever oil exists in this region because we are so powerful, we can just take it. It's ours. And we'll make a fortune. We'll make a fortune. So this is the same exact mindset that the West has had for the past 500 years because might is right. If we can do it, then we shall do it. That sort of thing. Doesn't matter who it belongs to. So yeah, what else do we have? Keep the oil, and even I have no idea what it means, but I suppose he's talking about he's gonna keep the oil that belongs to Iran and other nations. So I suppose that's what he's trying to say. Okay, this is from yesterday evening, about 24 hours ago. He says, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal and or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will REIGN rain down on them. Glory be to God, President Donald J. Trump." So this is a threat. He's giving an ultimatum. He's giving them a hard deadline, 48 hours. This is yesterday. So I suppose 48 hours or 24 hours of that has gone. What else? This is a truth. This not truth. This is a tweet or a post from today, very early morning today for us in India. Many of Iran's military leaders who have led them poorly and unwisely are terminated. Terminated means murdered, assassinated by the Americans, along with much else. With this massive strike in Tehran, President Donald J. Trump. So yeah, more death, destruction, murder, assassination. I suppose that's what he's claiming. What else do we have? He's claiming that the US has rescued one of their downed F-15 fighter pilots. So this is what he says. This is from today evening. Like this is from about 3 hours ago, less than 3 hours ago. Less than 3 hours ago. We have rescued the seriously wounded and really brave F-15 crew member/officer from deep inside the mountains of Iran. The Iranian military was looking hard in big numbers and getting close. He is a highly respected colonel. This type of raid is seldom attempted because of the danger to man and equipment. It just doesn't happen. The second raid came after the first one, where we rescued the pilot in broad daylight. Also unusual, spending 7 hours over Iran. An amazing show of bravery and talent by all. I will be having a news conference with the military at the Oval Office on Monday at 1 p.m. God bless our great military warriors, President DJT. Okay. So they have apparently, that's what they claim, that they have rescued one of, both the pilots of that F-15 that went down over Iran. What else? This is a more unhinged statement, just that came about 10 minutes after the previous one. Trump says Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. What is he trying to say? So obviously he's making threats. Obviously he's saying that we have blown up a few of your power plants. We've destroyed one of your bridges. And Tuesday we're gonna do way more than that. We're gonna destroy way more power plants. We'll destroy many more bridges. That's what he's saying. So make a deal with us, give in to our demands, and things will be fine. Otherwise, I'm gonna make you live in hell. And please open the strait. Please open the Strait of Hormuz. You crazy bastards. And this is the kind of language a US president uses. Okay, sir. Okay. Yeah, so that's about Trump, and let's take a. This seems to be a reasonably accurate tally of how many uh, aircraft and aerial assets the Americans have lost thus far over the past 35 or so days. So, U.S. Army aircraft losses to. Oh, this is just about the F-15. Okay, U.S. Army aircraft losses to rescue the two crew members of downed F-15 jet over Iran. Confirmed losses, current tally: one F-15 aircraft destroyed, two times H-60 helicopters destroyed, one MH-6 Little Bird helicopter destroyed, one A-10 Thunderbolt Warthog aircraft destroyed, two C-130 Hercules transport aircraft destroyed, one or two MQ-9 Reaper drones destroyed, and there's more unconfirmed or possible damage of one F-16, one KC-135 Strato tanker refueling aircraft, and one more A-10 Warthog per possible emergency landing. So, in the course of one military mission, these many aircraft are definitely destroyed. Okay? And that is acceptable. You see, when you have a set of military objectives, you decide what kind of losses are acceptable, and you go ahead and lose those things. I mean, they've lost massively large aircraft. C-130 Hercules, that's a ginormous aircraft. They've lost two of those. They claim that they blew them up themselves or whatever. Doesn't matter. So how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 aircraft are guaranteed destroyed. Okay, and in India, yeah, Indians cry about. Let's say Trump was claiming last year that India lost 7 fighter planes or something, right, over the 3-day war. And Indians are like, oh my God, all hell has broken loose. We have lost the war because we lost 7 fighter planes. We don't even know if we lost 7 fighter planes. I don't know how many we possibly lost or not. Trump was claiming it was 4, then 5, then 6, then 7. He kept on ramping up the numbers. And he knew that the Indians are going to take that as a military defeat. Indians seem to have no brains whatsoever. It is perfectly fine to lose military assets. These are called tactical. It's called tactical losses. It's not a loss actually. It's an expenditure of military equipment. Why do you have military equipment? To use it. Then possibly some of it gets lost, right? If you can lose a few tanks, you can lose a few howitzers, you can lose artillery, you can lose aircraft. It's fine as long as you achieve your military objectives. So in India, it's all about, oh my God, we lost aircraft. Boo, hoo, hoo, hoo. The Americans are perfectly fine with this. No one in the US media is claiming that the US is losing the war, even though they actually are. They're still claiming we're winning. But you see, it looks like they have, they're claiming they rescued the 2 pilots, and looks like they have. Let's take them at their word. So they achieved what they wanted to achieve, and they were okay with losing these many aircraft. So in India, we need to grow up a little bit, Stop complaining and stop crying and moaning about things that don't really matter that much. We hit so many Pakistani military targets. We hit so many, a large number of Pakistani terrorist trading camps. And we took out a large number, maybe hundreds of terrorists. In a matter of a few hours, we hit 11 or 12 Pakistani Air Force bases. That we will not look at, but we'll say, oh, we lost 7 aircraft. This is a major issue with the Indian mindset, right? Because someone from abroad is saying something, oh my God, it means we must have lost. So that is something we need to, guard against, and we need to change the way we think and the way we look at things. Military assets are expendable assets. They exist to be used and expended if required, and that's perfectly fine. What really matters is the outcome of the war, or of the battle, or whatever. Okay. So now let's take some questions, shall we? What questions do we have? Let me see. Okay, we have a number of questions. Okay. Ritik Pawar says, I don't think Putin is a hardliner, but if a hardliner leader takes charge of Russia after Putin, will Russia move westward? What is the definition of a hardliner? It depends on, the context. Some people can be hardliners in the matter of culture, that I'm going to be culturally expansionist and I'm going to spread my culture everywhere without doing anything else. Putin has been very hardline about Russia's national interest in military and um, security matters, right? He has in the past made overtures to the West, like in the 2000s. He actually proposed that Russia wants to join NATO. He proposed that. The US said no. They slammed the door in Putin's face. But yeah, he did propose that. So he has tried his best on multiple occasions to make peace with the West. He has said that we don't desire confrontation, but the West has been confrontational with him. So overall, you could say that he's not that sort of an expansionist, hegemonic minded person, right? He just wants Russia to coexist peacefully with everybody else as far as possible, and the West hasn't allowed this to happen. Um, so yeah, he's not that hard line from that perspective. There are certain red lines he has, and he doesn't tolerate those being crossed, and that's why the Ukraine war has happened and other things have happened. But overall, he's not someone who seeks Russian hegemony over the world. It doesn't look like that. Vladimir Zhirinovsky, on the other hand, was a pretty hardline person, but he never came to power, of course. Zhirinovsky. So you're asking if a hardliner takes charge of Russia after Putin, will Russia move westward? Well, it depends. Um, if Russia has the military wherewithal to do that, and a hardliner comes to power, yeah, certainly they will possibly move westward. It depends on Russia's capabilities and what the leader seeks. So in the future, in India, if a hardline leader comes to power and India has the capacity to do certain things, then certain things will happen. It depends. So it depends on two things. First, what the leader wants, and secondly, whether Russia is capable, Russia's infrastructure, military, etc., are capable of achieving that or not. It depends on those two things. So we don't know, first of all, if such a leader will come to power in the future, and secondly, we don't know that at that point in time will Russia's capabilities be so and so or so and so or whatever. So based on those two main considerations, things may go in various directions. So my point is, I don't know. It will depend on lots of factors. It will depend on lots of factors. Right now, we have no idea of who could come to power in Russia after Mr. Putin, whenever he decides, steps down. And secondly, we don't know as of now what Russia's industrial capabilities, economic capabilities, and military capabilities will be like. Looks like Mr. Putin over the past 25 years has turned Russia around completely, right? Uh, so it looks like Russia's military capabilities and the industrial capability that supports the military capabilities, these are all in place. So yeah, Mr. Putin probably has created the situation, the circumstances such that in the future, if someone who is hardline comes to power, they may perhaps uh, think very seriously of expanding Russian territory, possibly. The Posture CO says Iran got 500 ICBMs from North Korea. Is that true? I've heard some rumors about that, but there is no confirmation of that from anybody. Some rumors over social media, right? Some accounts expressing the opinion that this sort of thing has happened. So let's see. First of all, let's see on Google. Does Google have something to say about this? Give me a second. Okay, Russia 500 ICBMs, North Korea. Okay, reports from April 2026 indicate a deepening military partnership between North Korea and Russia with claims. So these are ones, like I said, these are claims. With claims that North Korea has supplied Russia with extensive weaponry, including possible missile technology, and has now sent 500 Hwasong 18 ICBMs to Russia, to Iran from via Russian territory. Okay. Iran got 500 ICBMs. Iran, not Russia. So it's possible. The question is, why would look? So these are claims, right? These are claims. Let's first of all look at the details of the claims about that. Russia is heavily modernizing its own. Okay, what about Iran? Right, Iran. That was the actual question, not Russia, but Iran. Okay, unverified sources have alleged that Iran has acquired 500 ICBMs from North Korea, missile type Hwasong Delivery method reportedly transported by road via China and Russia to avoid detection. Da, 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 da. Okay, source reliability. These are obviously unverified sources. Even I don't take it very seriously. There's no confirmation by official top tier intelligence, international intelligence agency or governments. But that doesn't mean that it's false. Okay, well, let's also remember that. So the figure is unverified, but Iran and North Korea, they definitely have a long history of cooperating in various ways. So I don't know if it's true or not, right? It does make sense for Russia and China and North Korea that Iran, it makes sense for them to help Iran out in this ongoing conflict, in which Iran is fighting against more than 10 nations at the same time. But we don't know if this is true or not. So I definitely am not associated with any intelligence agencies, and I don't have my own sources as such. I can only see what's out there in the public domain, right? So I don't know. But in case Iran has received 500 ICBMs from North Korea, well, that's interesting, if that's true. What is an ICBM? An ICBM is an intercontinental range ballistic missile. Okay, intercontinental is typically what, more than 8,000 kilometers. So when we're talking about, see, Iran already has the capability to Iran has missiles with roughly 4,000 kilometer ranges, with a range of roughly 4,000 kilometers, which gives Iran the capability to strike anywhere in Europe. Let's take an example. Let's see. Okay, I am doing this as an academic exercise. I'm not suggesting Iran should do anything. This is simply an academic exercise that we are doing here. So let's say, what's the distance from Tehran, for example, to this point in the Atlantic Ocean? That's 5,000 kilometers. Okay. What's the distance from Tehran to, let's say, a North Sea? That's 3,000. Okay, just for the sake of this academic exercise, what's the distance from Tehran to London? It's 4,380 kilometers. So maybe London is just too far away, but most of Western Europe is within Iran's range if Iran so desires to send missiles. And if instead of doing from Tehran, we could do from Western Europe, Western Iran. In that case, I suppose London could be at the edge of its range. Yes, very much so. So Iran does have the capability to strike at any nation in Western Europe, given its current missile capabilities. But let's say it receives ICBMs and wants to hypothetically strike it somewhere in North America. Can it do it? So let's see the distance. Okay, measure distance. This is completely academic. I'm not suggesting anything. Okay, let's say Saint-Pierre et Miquelon. So that's 8,000 kilometers. Okay, 8,000 kilometers. Let's say. Okay, so the point is, it gives, if Iran does acquire ICBMs, it then gains the ability to strike somewhere in North America if it seeks to, if it so desires to. And that would be alarming for the United States. But we have no confirmation that this has actually happened. Okay. Chirag Srinath says, with the INS Arindaman inducted and more submarines to be inducted again under Project S5 of the Indian Navy, should India prioritize submarines over aircraft carriers in today's day and age? Well, short answer, 100% yes. Aircraft carriers are increasingly going to be a liability. The United States has pulled out its aircraft carriers from the war zone. Why? Because they can't defend them. A nation like Iran, okay, which is considered to be not a very high-tech nation by some people, it has the ability to wipe out America's aircraft carriers. The American aircraft carriers are the best defended aircraft carriers in the world, and still they had to pull them out. The American aircraft carriers strike groups. So why do you have a strike group when you have an aircraft carrier? Let's see what a strike group looks like, shall we? It's actually a defensive bubble, okay? So let's see what an aircraft carrier strike group looks like. Aircraft carrier strike group. So let's see what it looks like. So this is what it looks like. It's an aircraft carrier surrounded by a bubble of a large number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, about 15, 16, 20 other naval assets. Okay. At least 10 naval assets, destroyers, and there are unseen assets such as submarines, a couple of nuclear submarines loitering around. Okay. And all these other assets, okay, the destroyers, etc., they form a protective bubble around the aircraft carrier. The Americans equip their destroyers with Aegis systems, AEGIS, Aegis, systems that take care of incoming aircraft, that can shoot down incoming missiles, and so on. So there's a large number of missiles, maybe 200, 300 missiles, interceptors, maybe 500, let's say 1,000 interceptors that the entire group has. Let's try and do the math, shall we? How many Aegis missiles can an American destroyer carry? Okay, let's say a missile carries 100 missiles, and let's say you've got 15 destroyers, which is actually overkill. Generally, it's 10 to 12. Okay, so let's see how many ships are there in an aircraft carrier strike group. So how many ships? How many ships? So one aircraft carrier, two guided missile carriers, three Burke class destroyers, two attack submarines, one supply ship. So 3 plus 2 is 5. Let's say it's 10. Let's say it is 10, and each ship carries, let's say, 100 Aegis missiles. So that's 1,000 Aegis missiles, plus some other assets like machine guns, the Gatling guns and all that they have. And yet, if you send a swarm of 2,000 or 1,500 drones at the aircraft carrier and slip in a few ballistic missiles or cruise missiles, guaranteed destruction of the aircraft carrier. The guaranteed destruction of the entire aircraft carrier strike group, not the submarines, but everything else. Destruction guaranteed. Imagine what effect it will have on the Navy that suffers this loss. It's a catastrophic loss. The US has about 10, 11, 12 aircraft carriers. Even if they lose one, it will be devastating to their morale, but it's not. It's about 10% of their capacity. In the case of India, if India loses an aircraft carrier, it's a disaster that you can't imagine. So my point is, India should completely forget about acquiring new aircraft carriers. We have one or two, we have a couple, right? Okay, let's keep them for the next 20, 30 years. And if we become a Vishwaguru with superpower in 30 years, we can get a couple more if we want, just for the sake of prestige, that we have these gigantic ships. They actually do nothing. The only use aircraft carriers have in today's day and age is to bully the weak. Those who can't attack you, you go and bully them, show them, see, I've got like 50 aircraft on this aircraft carrier, and I can bomb your country. But you can't send aircraft carriers into contested environments. They'll be destroyed. So India should definitely prioritize submarines over aircraft carriers. I know there's a lot of people, even today, I suppose, who say that India should get more aircraft carriers. I mean, look at what's happening in the Persian Gulf. Look at what's happening in this region. Yeah, aircraft carriers, the time is over. They are obsolete. You can't send them into contested environments. It's submarines that India should focus on. Absolutely. Mary Kane, good morning, Mary. Mary Kane says a future global net infrastructure of quantum sensors utilizing Earth's magnetic fields and anomalies/rifts versus ancient Indian maritime navigation grid, example landmarks and use of magnetism. Question, same thing? Is it the same thing? So how did ancient Indians navigate in the past, let's say 2,000 to 3,000 years? We did have ships that plied between India and the West, India and the East, India and the Southeast Asia region, India and Rome, and so on. How did Indian sailors navigate? Indian sailors used magnets. So there was this instrument they used. It would be a bowl filled with oil, and in the oil you'll have a magnetized fish. It'll be magnet. It'll be bar magnet in the shape of a fish. That fish would tell you where where the North Pole was, essentially. So that's what Indians used for navigation. In addition to the magnets, Indian sailors used they used to reckon on the basis of stars. Indians knew the constellations and stars, etc., really well, so they knew how to use stars for navigation. So you would use magnets, you would use stars, and you would use your experience, and that's how you were able to navigate. Obviously, you will also have landmarks, etc., that would tell you how far you are from wherever you're going, and so on. uh, so that's how navigation was done, and this happened over a long period of time. This knowledge, you know it was acquired over a long period of time, probably thousands of years. And eventually, if you were a sailor 2000 years ago, let's say, going eastwards or westwards, you would essentially know exactly what direction to go in for how many days, with so and so wind speed, and you will know all the landmarks, and it will not be that difficult to navigate. It would have been difficult for the earliest navigators who were going essentially into the unknown. So that's how Indians used to navigate. Now, future global infrastructure, quantum sensors, utilizing Earth's magnetic fields, anomalies, rifts, etc. So, and India's ancient maritime, you know, navigation systems. Are they the same thing? Not quite the same thing. Um, See, when you use a compass, essentially that's what the fish thing was. You're using the Earth's magnetic field, and even today we use the Earth's magnetic field. But today, most navigation is done using GPS or satellite positioning systems, like the Russian GLONASS or the Chinese Baidu, and the American GPS. The Europeans also have something. So most navigation today is done using that, and you also have maps of the subsurface topology, how deep the ocean is, and what kind of features are there. In case you are using submarines, or if you're in case you're sailing close to the coastlines, in that case you need to know where there's shallow water so that you stay away from that, and so on. So that's how you typically navigate today. In the future, how will navigation happen? I suppose we're going to use much of the same things. Um, Mostly, it's going to be more advanced GPS like systems in the future. And of course, you will have sailors using compasses, of course. So it's not quite the same thing. It's different now. But yeah, things change. Things change. Methods of navigation evolve. In the future, we're going to have uh, navigation that we'll have to do outside of Earth's atmosphere. When you go to other planets and celestial bodies within the solar system, and so on. So we're going to have to invent new methods of navigation. That keeps evolving, and that's just the way it is. Kratos Aryavartavasi says, isn't it disgraceful to call Israel fatherland when Aryavarta sphere had West Asia and Israel territory 1,000 years before Israel existed under the Mitanni, Hittites, Kassites? Well, I don't call Israel the fatherland. I don't do it. Whether it is disgraceful or not, well, I shall refrain from commenting, because I think you're hinting at some political statement from a political person, I suppose. See, I don't call Israel the fatherland. Okay, you are absolutely right. West Asia, the region of West Asia, including the territory that's now called Israel, and even north of Israel, Syria, and west of Syria, Iraq, that region, west of that region, Anatolia, etc. You did have kingdoms whose rulers spoke Sanskrit, right? The Mitanni, the Hittites, Kassites, possibly Kassites also, right? So it was, well, our folks who ruled there before Israel existed. That is indeed true. But today you have the nation of Israel there, and the people there, I suppose, call it their fatherland. Well, I think it's perfectly fine for those people, the Jewish people, the people of Israel, to call Israel their fatherland. I think it isn't, well, I certainly would not call Israel the fatherland. It's not the land of my forefathers, absolutely not, right? Our fatherland, motherland, etc. It's all Bharat. It's all Aryavart, right? That's for us. For us, it is Bharat that is our motherland and fatherland. Um, so yeah, beyond that, I shall not say anything more. I shall refrain from commenting about political matters. Kratos Arivartavasi says, and okay, this is a continuation of that. And 1,000 years after Israel, under Persia, Greeks, Romans. Besides, Ashkenazi Jews have Arya blood through Europe who got it from the Rohingya migrations out of India. Very likely that a lot of people in Israel have Arya blood. I mean, if the R1A lineage is indeed an Arya lineage, or most likely it originates out of India, then I'm pretty sure there will be Ashkenazi Jews who have the R1A lineage, the R1A haplogroup. Let's see that, right? Let's check it out. Do Ashkenazi Jews have the R1A haplogroup? Of course they do. Yes, there we have it. So Ashkenazi Jews do have the R1A Y-DNA haplogroup, though it's not the most common patrilineal lineage, which is J. R1A occurs at high frequencies, exceeding 50% among Ashkenazi Levites, specifically within the subclade R1A Y2619, suggesting a founder event from a single ancestor roughly 1,000 or 1,500 years ago. R1A is common in Eastern Europe. R1A found in Ashkenazi Levites is a distinct, unique clade. Okay, so it's a single ancestral event that happened with a R1A origin. A person who carried the original R1A lineage. So overall, R1A is relatively rare in the general Ashkenazi population. It's highly concentrated within the Levite subgroup. So yes, just looking at R1A. Okay, let's see R1B, shall we? Let's also see R1B since we are doing this. Let's see R1B. R1B is the Yamnaya haplogroup actually. There we have it. Ashkenazi Jews also have the R1B Y-DNA haplogroup. So the R1B haplogroup is found. It's pretty rare in India. It's the sister haplogroup of R1A, and it's the daughter of R1 itself, which itself is an Arya haplogroup, so to say. So even the R1B folks, who are essentially the Western Europeans, they are our cousins, very clearly, right? And they are the descendants of our forefathers. We are all descended from from one common ancestor, essentially, right? Whoever is the originator, the progenitor of the R1 haplogroup, that one man. So yeah, Ashkenazi Jews do have the R1B Y-DNA haplogroup. Very interesting, right? What's the frequency like? It's a minor yet present paternal lineage. They have R1B. Okay, so yeah, both R1A and R1B are found there among the Jewish people, among the Ashkenazi Jews. What about non-Ashkenazi Jews? Since we're doing this, let's do that too. Do Jews? Yeah, Jews. Yes, many Jewish people, particularly the Ashkenazi and Sephardic communities, carry the R1B. Okay, not the. What about R1A? That'll be even more common, I'm sure. Yes, Ashkenazi Levites. What about the Sephardim? What about the Mizrahi? Not the Mizrahi, I'm sure. Okay, so clearly what you're saying, Kratos Arivartavasi, is true. Ashkenazi Jews, even Sephardic Jews have Arya blood through Europe and so on. So from that perspective, their fatherland is definitely not Israel, right? If they if they are part of the R1A and R1B families, yeah, definitely not Israel as their fatherland. Okay. AS says, should we prepare for World War III? If so, then how? We should be prepared for economic shocks, oil shocks in the world already. We should be preparing for that. Energy shocks. See, what Trump is achieving here is he's achieving something very interesting. Trump is failing miserably in the ongoing war. He's running out of options. He is threatening and begging in the same post, in the same Truth Social post, right? Let me show you once again. Truth Social, where is it? I mean, this infamous post of his. Okay, this infamous post of his. Where is it? Here. This one here. So he's begging, right? He's saying, please open the goddamned, please open the the effing straight, you crazy bastards. So he's now exasperated. He wants the Strait of Hormuz to be open, but the Iranians aren't willing to open it. So he's threatening and pleading in the same tweet. That's what Trump is doing. So clearly things are going badly for him. But you see, if you zoom out and see the bigger picture, understand what's happening. The Strait of Hormuz, you could say it's kind of closed. Or the Iranians are allowing ships that are going to China, India, etc., some nations to pass through. So we are getting oil from there. India is apparently also buying Iranian oil now. There is that, okay? But for India, gas is a big issue. LPG, LNG, that stuff. And that is not really forthcoming now so much like it was before. Qatar's gas production and export capabilities have been hit very badly. Russia can send us gas from far away. It will take 35, 40 days to reach us. But if the Strait of Bab el Mandeb is closed by the Houthis, then it's a big problem for us. Even that won't reach here, otherwise, unless it goes all the way down south from the Cape of Good Hope, which you should add another 20, 30 days for that. So essentially, it means it will take Russian oil more than 2 months, Russian gas more than 2 months to reach India, which is a big problem, right? So that's the kind of situation we are in. When it comes to other nations, African nations, China, Japan, Southeast Asian nations, even European nations, it's very hard for these nations to now, acquire the import the oil and gas that they need. So if this situation persists for 6 months, it's going to be a disaster for the world. More than half the world will go into a recession, and the net outcome of this is going to be that the US is going to be the biggest gainer, because they will then be able to replace to stand in for the Strait of Hormuz region nations, GCC nations, and Iran. So the US is the world's top oil producer. So they will export oil then to all these countries, possibly at premiums, and maybe even gas, I suppose. I don't know. Does the US produce gas? Not so much. So the US will gain bigly from this. Now coming to World War III. Look, Trump wants the European nations, NATO nations, to get involved in the war in some way or the other. He says, look, you need to come in, step in and open the Strait of Hormuz. You can't ask us to do everything. Listen, Trump, you started this war, and now you're asking somebody, other nations to pitch in to help you out. But it is what it is. The US is asking European nations to pitch in and send their forces, military forces, to open the Strait of Hormuz. And even if the European nations do that, I doubt if they'll be able to force Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. And now it looks increasingly like, if Trump doesn't get what he wants in the next few days, there could be a land invasion of Iran at some scale, maybe a 10,000 soldier scale or something. At some scale, it looks like Trump is very seriously considering a ground invasion, boots on the ground in Iran. That will most likely go very disastrously. So, yeah, looks like this war is not ending. Looks like there is going to be further escalations. If Trump is able to drag the European countries into the war, okay, then you could see more involvement from Russia, China, North Korea in this war. It is also significantly possible that Trump may drag Pakistan into the war. Trump may activate Pakistan, the eastern flank of Iran, in the war. So then there's one more nation involved in the war, and the war is essentially directly at our doorstep, because Pakistan is at our doorstep, and Pakistan could now get involved in the war if Trump drags them in. So the longer this lasts, the more of a possibility there is that more and more countries get dragged into the war. There's also a very strong possibility that the Ukraine war and the Iran war get linked together, which is already happening, of course. So I think we should be very careful, all of us. I think we should start preparing for not worst case scenarios, but bad case scenarios. Yeah. And a lot of this, we civilians can prepare in our own ways. How can civilians prepare? You can stockpile non-perishable goods, non-perishable foods, and so on. You can perhaps, if the government allows, stockpile some fuel. But the real precautions that have to be taken by the government of India. So I think we should start preparing for bad case scenarios, not worst case scenarios, which is, we don't want to imagine that, but bad case scenarios in which, this war goes on for a long time, and there's a shortage long term of cooking gas, possibly. We are already seeing the situation in India where restaurants are no longer able to function because of a shortage of cooking gas. We're already seeing this now in India. And things could get worse in the coming weeks and months, unless there's a miracle. If unless there's a miracle and the war ends somehow, we'll see. AS says, let's say at this moment India announces a huge discovery of sweet crude in the Bay of Bengal. Let's say, okay, what would Trump's reaction and America's reaction? What would that be like? They will find some pretext, some kind of way of control. They will want to control it. Okay, they will want to control it. You will very quickly, first of all, start seeing American freedom of navigation operations in the region. Let me. None of you is aware of this. Let me show you this. Okay, give me a second. Freedom of navigation. Give me a second. So this is something you should know. Okay, people say I'm very anti-US. I'm not anti-US. I'm just pro-India. Let me show you something. This is from 2021. I have absolutely nothing against the US, as long as they don't bother us. But look at this. This is from 2021, April 7, 2021. Today is April 5, 2026. This happened 5 years ago. Okay. Seventh Fleet conducts freedom of navigation operations. Now we are aware that the Americans conduct their so-called freedom of navigation operations in the South China Sea. But look here. On April 7, 2021 local time, USS John Paul Jones asserted navigational rights and freedoms approximately 130 nautical miles west of the Lakshadweep Islands inside India's exclusive economic zone without requesting India's prior consent, consistent with so-called international law that they have defined. India requires prior consent for military exercises or maneuvers in its exclusive economic zone or continental shelf, a claim inconsistent with their so-called international law. The freedom of navigation operation upheld the rights, freedoms, and lawful uses of the sea, blah blah, and by challenging India's excessive maritime claims. Okay, and these operations are designed to demonstrate that the US will fly, sail, and operate wherever international law, which they have defined, allows. Okay, so this is the US bullying India in 2021, and none of your goddamn media reported this. And here is the same news from the Times of India, which came a few days later when they woke up and saw this happen. So they reported it. But you do not see any of your Indian media, TV channels, anchors debating this or anything, right? So the US has already done this, despite positioning and portraying India as a nation with shared values and whatnot, as a friendly nation. The US claims India, we are friends of India, and this is what they do. So let's say India announces a huge discovery of sweet crude oil in the Lakshadweep region. The Americans, the first thing they will do is they will start sending ships through this region, through India's exclusive economic zone. If it is India's territorial waters, they can't do it. Even in that case, they will start sending ships in the region, and they will try their best to somehow disrupt India's ability to start extracting the oil. And they will possibly try to arm twist India in backroom conversations into having American companies, extract the oil and obviously take some kind of nice big fat cut out of it. And if India doesn't, agree to these conditions, they could do something nasty. So they'll start imposing pressure on India step by step. And if India doesn't give in to their demands, they may even launch a war on that region, on that part of India. You never know. That's why it is not a good thing for India, even if this happens, to announce a discovery. If India discovers a huge reservoir of oil, the first thing India needs to do is to augment its navy very rapidly and militarize very rapidly. way more than what the kind of military posture we have right now. Because if we discover something like this, we have to be able to protect it. Okay. Clavian says, would Gavin Newsom be a good president of the US? I haven't thought about it. No idea. I haven't thought about it. M. Keshav says, take out economic factor. Are rods from God a good idea? It certainly works. They certainly will work. Yeah. See, what is rods from God? Rods from God is telephone. You have the electricity cables, right? Electricity poles that you see all over the thing, right? So imagine electricity pole sized rods made of tungsten that are in space. And then they're shot at the earth and they come in at very high velocity, maybe Mach 10 or whatever, Mach 10, Mach 20, whatever. And then they hit some target. And there's no explosive on it, but the kinetic energy itself is so much that the target is destroyed at this huge explosion. So that is the concept of these rods from God. Physically, it makes sense. There is nothing in the laws of physics that prevents this from working. Okay, so it's not a bad idea from a physics perspective. But obviously, you can't take out the economic factor. You can't take out the complications. You have to see if you're going to position these rods from God in space, it's going to be at an altitude of at least 150 to 200 kilometers. So you are shooting from 150 or 200 kilometers away, minimum, and you have to hit a target with pinpoint accuracy. Otherwise, you won't be able to destroy the target, right? So it's an engineering challenge. And if you want to lift all these rods into space, it's going to be economically pretty expensive. So overall, considering all the factors, I think it's not a great idea. You can't just remove the economic factor. So from a physics perspective, from an engineering perspective, it certainly does work. But the engineering challenge is to make it accurate. Even if you have a 10-meter CEP, circular error probability, then it may not achieve the results you want. Somalia Paul says, I wonder how Iran survived 20 years sanctions, 8-year Iraq war, assassinations of key leaders and scientists, still fighting two stronger enemies at once, and their education system is superior to Arabs. What are your views? Well, it's a remarkable achievement, right? And what doesn't kill you? Look, if you have the system, if you have the right kind of system that's designed to withstand these shocks, in that case, if you have such a system, then what doesn't kill you actually makes you stronger. There is this saying by Nietzsche, is it? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It doesn't apply to everybody. See, I think it's by Nietzsche. Who said that? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Who said this? Nietzsche. Friedrich Nietzsche. What does not kill me makes me stronger. So that is not true for everybody. It's not true for every system. Fragile systems will be killed. And even if they survive, they'll be weakened and crippled. But if you have a fault-tolerant system, then what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. How is Iran's governance system, fault-tolerant? So in Iran, it's not about one political party. It's not about one person. You kill the person, doesn't matter. It's about the IRGC. The IRGC is the system, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. And that's a decentralized system with multiple nodes all across Iran. You destroy one node, doesn't matter. You kill one person, doesn't matter. They have a succession line that's like 5-7 deep. You kill him, another guy comes in. It's already been designated who's the successor. Who is the successor? The successor is also designated. So like you have a chain of command and a succession line for each position that is 5 to 7 layers deep. And you have so many positions in the Iran government. All of these positions, the succession is very clearly defined. Not just one or two people, multiple people, like 5 or 6 or 7 people. Those many successors are defined. And then you have, the distributed nature of the system. Then you have the mosaic warfare thing. And that's something they have been they've been building for decades. So yeah, assassinations of key leaders makes no difference. It actually solves problems for Iran. That you won't have a leader who has all these outdated ideas. You will have newer people coming in, more hardline people coming in, younger people coming in, fresh talent coming up, rising to the top. It solves big problems that other nations aren't able to solve. Elite overproduction. This solves, if your key leaders are routinely assassinated, it actually is good for a nation with a 90 million population. It solves the problem of elite overproduction. It forces you to do field promotions, which are the best kind of promotion. Tragic, but good. Um, Scientists, yeah, Iran has one of the best education systems. Yeah, so and they have been forced to become self-sufficient in all manners of things, all kinds of things. And when it comes to the Iranian education system, okay, let's understand Iran's education system. And the healthcare system. Iran's constitution guarantees free education, and Iran's government gives everybody free basic healthcare. If you have a cough, if you got a cold, if you got a fracture, if you got something or the other, right, you get your treatment for free. It's only for complicated things that you may have to pay for your treatment, but for all basic healthcare, treatment is free in Iran. When it comes to education is free. There are private institutes, etc., but the government gives free education, and education is, the seats are allocated on the basis of merit. There's no reservation bullshit in Iran. So the Iranian education system is far superior to the Indian education system. Okay, please understand this. The Iranians are a very highly literate and educated people. You may have more PhDs in India, but if you compare the quality of the average Indian PhD with the average Iranian PhD, like they say in Hindi, zameen asman ka fark hai. Okay, the Iranian PhDs are genuinely know what they're doing. In India, you can get a PhD by writing some BS and publishing it. In Iran, that doesn't work. Okay, so the Iranian engineers are far better than India's. The average Iranian engineer is far better than the average Indian engineer, and the average Iranian scientist is far better than the average Indian scientist. This is just a fact. If what I'm saying is offending you, well, it's the truth. Facts don't care about anyone's feelings. So the Iranians have decided they're going to survive all this nonsense. What's being done to them? And to survive, you have to adapt it. You have to improve. You have to raise your standards to survive. And they have really raised the standards. Right? So this system actually is designed to serve the people. There is very little corruption in Iran. The system serves the people. It's not a self-serving system. Of course, it's an Islamic system, and that's many Indians will not like it. Well, that's okay. That's a different thing. It's a totally different thing. So that's how Iran has been able to survive. It's a system that is fault tolerant. You take out some nodes, you kill some leaders, it actually strengthens the system. That's what they've designed. And there are very few systems like this in the world. Okay. M. Keshav says, want to read Chanakya Niti Arthashastra suggested publication. I have a Penguin version. It's not like I've read 17 different versions and the best version I know. There are online versions that are available. There are various publications. I have a Penguin version. It's somewhere here, I suppose. Somewhere here. So yeah, get whatever you can. You can either read a free online version of the Arthashastra, or you can buy one of the publications. I think as long as the publishing house is reasonably reputed, things will be fine. I have not heard any complaints about the Arthashastra's text being distorted. We hear all kinds of complaints, and it does happen that the Vedas are distorted. Translations into English, you have distortions creeping in. With various religious texts, but I've not heard any such thing about the Arthashastra. So hopefully things should be fine if you get whichever version of it. Somalia Paul says, could Iran have supplied Balochistan with arms as there is no adjoining country to get it? Look, there are two adjoining countries when it comes to Balochistan. One is Iran, one is Afghanistan. So if the Balochis are getting arms and ammunition, they are either getting it from Iran or from Afghanistan. Of course, there could be some other countries involved in that through indirect means, but that's all speculation. Okay. WYBKT says, do you know about the US defeat in the Battle of Mogadishu? Of course I know. Of course, I was a teenager then. What was that? What was that American News Week? I don't know, news. I forget which American publication it was. They published photographs of American Marines being dragged through the streets of Mogadishu by Somalian crowds. Those pictures caused a tremendous uproar in the US. Bill Clinton was the president. He took a lot of flack for this. And yeah, the Americans then made movies about this, Black Hawk Down and all that. Of course, I know about the US, the disaster that happened over there. I mean, first of all, what business did the US have being in Mogadishu? What business did they have being there? Mogadishu is in Somalia, in Africa. Why are the Americans there? Who gave them the right to be there? Just like what business do they have in Iran? So, yeah. So, and then there was something called the Battle of Mogadishu. The Americans went in with a bunch of Pakistanis and God knows what else, okay? And they got trapped there. They had to make their way out of Mogadishu. And it looked like the whole city of Mogadishu was out there to kill them. And the people of Mogadishu had been given one single instruction. You kill one invader and go home. All you have to do is kill one invader. Then you go home. So everyone was out, so everyone was after the Americans. And the Americans, I suppose, they ended up killing more than 1,000 civilians in their attempt to get out of Mogadishu, and a number of American Marines were killed. And those were the ones whose bodies were dragged through the streets of Mogadishu. So yes, I'm aware of this. Soldier Boy says, what do you think? Is there northeast hope left, or our fate is sealed? What's the question? Is there northeast? Are you talking about India's northeast? Is there hope left, or the fate is sealed? Well, it all depends on the approach and attitude of the government of India. Since 1947, India's successive governments from that time have given, you could say, the worst kind of stepmotherly treatment to the region of the Northeast. And they've allowed foreigners to come in and completely change the religious demographics of the Northeast, the Far East. Right? And that process still continues for some reason right now. And you have lakhs of foreigners coming in and settling in various parts of our Northeast, especially Manipur, which is currently under attack. Right? Is there hope? Well, I suppose there is still hope. I suppose we should never give up hope. The fate, fate isn't sealed as such. We can still reclaim the territory properly and re-civilize the people, etc. But it will take time now. This whole process took decades. So to undo the damage will also take decades. I don't think hope is gone. But the government of India, it needs to show the right intention, the right approach, and the right overall. Yeah. Somalia Paul says, when you mentioned big signs of vassalage, I lost all hope, but kind of rest assured after knowing Iran ship refuge, Russian imports, and Deputy Prime Minister visit, plus Iran oil imports started. Any consequences? Yeah, so this is still a work in progress. We are seeing good signs from the way India has reoriented itself, its foreign policy since the war started. Once the war started, the first 4-5 days, the Prime Minister of India was tweeting condemnations of the violations of sovereignty of all the GCC nations. One day before the war started, he was in Israel. So it looked like there was a very strong tilt towards the US and its Gulf vassals. And then slowly, and after the supreme leader of Iran was assassinated by the Americans and Israelis, the Indian government for a few days said nothing about it. No condolences to the people of Iran for this completely unlawful act. And then India started, and then the Americans they torpedoed an Indian, an Iranian warship that had just left India south of Sri Lanka. Right, they did it south of Sri Lanka, and that's when things started changing. India gave refuge to another Iranian warship in our port. The Americans can't reach our ports; they have no right to. And then the government of India, not at the prime minister level, but lower levels, the foreign secretary level, we expressed our condolences to the people of Iran over the murder of Mr. Khamenei, Mr. Ali Khamenei. And then we have signed this agreement with Russia, $25 billion worth of that sort of total quantum that the of money. We're going to be purchasing Russian oil. There's going to be nuclear cooperation. We're going to be purchasing Russian aircraft, Russian weapons. So that is a very strong message to the world and to the US that we are, you may like it or not, but we're going to go ahead with Russia. So a lot of things have happened. We are now purchasing Iranian oil, apparently, possibly even Iranian gas. We are not stopping our imports of Russian oil. So overall, India is charting a very independent foreign policy. Whatever tilt we had shown in the first 3-4 days of the war, we have reversed it. So that tells you that India is not being vassalized as of now, at least. But I said it's going to be. I said there's a 50% chance over the next 5 years, right? So we'll have to see about that. Right now, this is good science, and I'm very pleased with this, right? Yeah, Russian imports. The Russian delegation came to India recently. Russia's deputy prime minister, yes. So yeah, these are all very good signs of India's sovereignty. So yeah, one hopes that this continues. Yeah, and if the US doesn't do well in this war against Iran, that gives India more leverage over the Americans, which is a good thing for us. Yeah. And anyway, it's not like I'm anti-US and I'm pro-Iran. I am pro-India. I am pro-India's sovereignty. And the fact of the matter is that the US has no business attacking Iran. The US has no business being in this region. The United States is on the other side of the planet. So, yeah, okay. Ashutosh Divekar says MHA, Ministry of Home Affairs, is exploring border security using alligators and snakes in unfenced India-Bangladesh areas. Thoughts and concerns about effectiveness? Really, I'm not aware of this. Snakes and alligators. Alligators. We don't have alligators in India. We have crocodiles. The saltwater crocodile, the largest crocodile species in the world. That's what we have in the region, on the east coast of India. So that's a pretty dangerous, frightful crocodile. Let's see about this. India, Bangladesh border security, crocodiles, snakes. Okay, India's BSF, Border Security Force, is exploring the use of snakes and crocodiles as natural, eco-friendly deterrents to prevent illegal crossing and smuggling in roughly 175 kilometers of treacherous riverine and marshy stretches along the India-Bangladesh border. This unconventional strategy, proposed under the visionary guidance of Home Minister Shri Amit Shah ji, focuses on areas where unconventional fencing is impossible. Target areas. The focus is on porous river channels and marshlands that are challenging to monitor physically, aiming to fill security gaps according to whatever. So the animals will serve as a psychological and physical barrier. It will curb infiltration, cattle smuggling, other illegal activities. The proposal is in the initial exploration phase. The initiative faces questions about ecological blah blah. Who cares about the goddamn questions as long as it works? Okay, so snakes and crocodiles. Let's ask the AI some more interesting questions. Yeah, that sort of thing. I mean, are any other animal species being considered at the moment? Let's see what the AI has to say. So we're talking about crocodiles and snakes. In 2023, the BSF tried honeybees. Okay, honeybees. Okay. Indigenous dog breeds, that's okay. Reptile shield. Okay, so it's about snakes and crocodiles. We're not thinking of deploying tigers or rhinoceroses or any other thing. We're talking about snakes and crocodiles. No, okay. I don't know what happened. Okay, so snakes and crocodiles. I'm not sure if any other animals are being considered to be used. Um, See, it's an interesting thing to consider. See, if you have snakes and crocodiles patrolling these areas, the border areas, one advantage of having snakes and crocodiles is that you can't bribe them. A Bangladeshi infiltrator can't give a crocodile 5,000 rupees and say, "Let me cross over." A cattle smuggler can't have a weekly payment that they'll give to the crocodile or the snake, and let snakes and crocodiles let them pass across the border. So I think it's not a bad thing. I think it's a very interesting strategy that the home minister has thought of. It's actually something you can take seriously. So, how many crocodiles will we deploy? Will they be free to roam around the areas, or will they have some certain parameters they have to be within? I'm not sure. Snakes, what kind of snakes? I suppose we can use various cobra species. I suppose vipers. Saw-scale vipers are in dry environments. This is a marshy area. I suppose we could use king cobras and various cobra species. Not pythons. Pythons aren't that scary compared to I don't have any concerns about this. I think it's not a bad idea. Make the whole place crawl with snakes and crocodiles, and that could be an additional deterrent to any infiltrator who wants to cross over into India. So I think it's not a bad thing to think about. It will also ensure that you have more crocodiles and snakes in the world. I don't think they're endangered as such. Is the saltwater crocodile endangered? I don't think it's an endangered species. It's found all across the Indian Ocean region, all the way to Australia, northern Australia. So I don't think it's a bad idea. The only thing is, how do you ensure this stretch of land, 150, 200 kilometers, you have sufficient snakes and crocodiles there? I think, snakes you can mitigate by wearing leather boots or whatever. Crocodiles are going to be the real game changer, I think. So I think we should have, maybe if it's 200 kilometers, how many crocodiles do you want to have in 1 square kilometer? I would say if you have too many, they'll fight each other. So I think you have to consider the specifics and the logistics and how you're going to make it happen. How do you ensure crocodiles are there along the border? And how do you ensure, eventually even crocodiles get satiated after eating a certain amount of food, then they go to sleep, right? Like all reptiles. Then how do you replace that crocodile in case it is satiated or whatever? You have to think about the logistical factors in this. But it's an interesting thing to consider. Dark Side of the Moon says, search CHPM Operation Sindoor PDF, page 38, 39, last paragraph, 10th mail. Okay, let's do that. I hope it's something interesting. Okay, so CHPM Operation Sindoor PDF. What is that? Centre d'Histoire et de Prospective Militaire. CHPM. CHPM, page 38, 39. 38, 39. What does page 38 have to say and 39 have to say? Let's see. 38. Impact marks on the Kirana Hills complex adjacent to Sargodha Air Base and suspected housing part of Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. Okay, munition impact scar. It's 100 meters from a sentry post. Okay. Claims difficult to verify. Overall, the Indian side estimated that at the conclusion of the 88-hour aerial conflict, it had destroyed between 9 to 10 Pakistani combat aircraft, one Eri-I, one more Eri-I, and one more or one electronic warfare aircraft, one C-130 transport, either through their S-400 batteries or during their air-to-ground strikes. Additionally, two surface-to-missile batteries and at least six radars were also reportedly neutralized. Some of these claims are actually supported by imagery. On the Pakistani side, claims reached as many as 8 aircraft, including 4 Rafales bearing the serial number so and so, and one S-400 battery. That's what the Pakistanis claimed. Nevertheless, and for both sides, claims resulting from the long-range engagement of their surface-to-air missile batteries or fighter aircraft appear primarily to stem for information collected during the encounters by the radars and electronic warfare and electronic intelligence assets. While this method may seem at first sight entirely reliable, it is based on technical and objective data. The reality is more complex. The sudden disappearance of a targeted aircraft from Okay, so Pakistani losses claimed by adversary visually documented. So this claims that visually documented India lost one Rafale, one Mirage, one MiG or Sukhoi. And the Pakistanis claim much more. Okay, so all right. Okay, right. 24 Bharat says, what was the truth behind the Bukha massacre? I don't know. What is the Bukha massacre? Bukha? Oh, Ukraine war. I have no idea. I don't know what the truth is. See, the Ukraine war, there's no way to verify what's happening, right? The Ukraine war started in February 2022, right? And all kinds of claims have been made since there. Both sides have accused the other of perpetrating atrocities and massacres and whatnot and whatnot. And of course, the stronger claims come from the Ukrainian side and the Western side, accusing Russia of all kinds of horrific things. But how do you verify that? I don't know. So I don't bother with these things. I'm not saying it's not concerning that human rights abuses may be happening, civilians may be targeted. Obviously, it's horrible. I don't bother with this because I have no way to verify the claims. So I have no idea. So I simply stick to where the line on the map is and what side is doing what and what operation is going on currently, and is the line of the map going in this direction or that direction or whatever. That's all I'm trying to see right now. All these claims and counterclaims, it's very hard to prove or disprove them. So yeah, I don't know what the truth is. Book. Okay, Amisha, good evening, ma'am. Amisha says, is the strait open for us or not? The strait should open. The strait, I think the Iranians are allowing ships to pass through if they are destined for a certain number of nations. Definitely India and China. They're not allowing American ships or Israeli ships to pass through, or ships whose destination is the US or Israel. They're not allowing those ships to pass through. So for us, the strait is open. The Indian Navy is operating in the region as a guardian of Indian ships, okay, not as a combatant. And the strait is open for us. But the issue is this. Okay, the strait is open for us. We are getting oil. Good. What about gas? When it comes to gas, Qatar's gas production facilities have been damaged. And it is difficult for them to send gas to India. A lot of India's gas comes from Qatar. And if that gas production is impacted, then that's gonna, even if the Strait of Hormuz is open for us, it's not going to ensure that gas reaches India. So that's a bigger problem, right? So LPG is a problem for India. Oil, we will somehow or the other get the oil that we need. But gas is a problem. Now, how do we replace the gas that was coming from Qatar? You could ask Russia to send it, but Russia also may be facing problems. The Ukrainians are trying to destroy their ports from which oil and gas is sent to other countries. And the Houthis could close the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb depending on how things go. So these are the challenges India is facing. It's more about gas right now that is more acute. That's where the situation is more acute compared to the situation concerning petroleum. Okay, the strait should open. Well, the strait should open. The world should not have war. All that we can keep saying, but see, it is in Iran's interest to keep the strait closed for certain nations, and that they will do. Okay. Pratardana says Pete Hegseth displays peak Judeo-Christian values. I suppose he does. Yes. So the Trump administration likes to say that the US was founded on Judeo-Christian values. See, historically, the Americans have been a Christian nation. Christian. How did the Judeo tag get added to Christian? I'm not sure about that. But anyhow, Pete Hegseth does display peak Judeo-Christian values. I suppose so does Trump. Okay. WYBKT says there is some AI in YouTube that doesn't allow to send certain super chats, especially something regarding the great freedom and democracy-loving nation of America. Well, okay, I would not be surprised if this is the case, because this is an American platform that we are using, and that's why they will, you know, look out for their interests. And there are certain things that you will not be allowed to say. See, freedom, democracy, freedom of expression, these are all theoretical concepts. They don't actually uh, apply in the real world. Okay, censorship is a real thing. So you're going to have that. You're going to have that. It is unfortunate or whatever, but it is what it is. It's a fact. Prasaradana says, future of war is underground military and air bases. Very much so. Very much so. Yeah. Iran is showing the way. Iran is showing the way to the whole world how you can fight a war against a much more powerful opponent. Make it impossible for them to destroy your capabilities by taking your capabilities deep underground where the bunker busters and so on can't do a thing. So yes, and if you see the Chinese approach to their force posture north of the India-Tibet border, you will see the Chinese have also in the past few years been digging deep tunnels in which they are keeping their weapons and maybe even personnel. So one of the issues that China faces in the India-Tibet border region is that China is, I mean, there's no vegetation there. The Chinese positions are very badly exposed. Let's take a look. Excuse me. If you look here, okay, let's go. See, understand that Aksai Chin is currently under Chinese occupation. Okay. Now, where is that lake? That Great Lake? Yeah, here it is. This is the Pangong Lake. Now, where is Chushul? Chushul. Okay, so if you come here and if you look at the satellite imagery, I'm just giving you an area that I'm familiar with. There are lots of other areas like this. As you can see, it's snowy here. If you go from Chushul back to whichever place, you will find that there are Chinese positions that you can see. Chushul towards, let's say, no. Okay, here. So if you travel from here, you will definitely find Chinese positions that are very exposed. Where is it? Where is it? Chushul War Memorial. Okay. And okay, so maybe not there. I'm not able to locate the place very quickly. Okay, let's say Mirak. Okay, here we should be able to see Chinese positions in this area. Maybe here, Man. If you look here, you should be able to see something. Opposite Man, do you have Chinese positions or do you have Indian positions? The other side of the lake is occupied, at least some parts of the lake, opposite side are occupied by the Chinese. It's been a while since I looked here. My point is, if you look at the terrain here, there is no vegetation here. It's pretty badly exposed. And that's why the Chinese have been digging tunnels. And they've been, employing essentially the Iranian strategy. Okay? They've been employing very much the Iranian strategy to safeguard their positions and their assets north of the India-Tibet border. in Chinese occupied Tibet. So the Chinese are already doing this. And I think it's something that every sovereign nation should look into. So there are lots of lessons to be learned from the India from the war that Iran is being made to fought. One thing is that a lot of your assets need to be stored underground where nobody can destroy them no matter what happens. Secondly, you have to stockpile very large quantities of drones and very large quantities of missiles in order to be able to outlast any invading force. You see, in 1498, Vasco da Gama, that Portuguese creep, he came to India and he bombarded Calicut from his ships because he had the ammunition and the weapons. And imagine if we had 10 times the amount of ammunition or 100 times the amount of ammunition he had, and we were able to destroy his ships, then history would have been different. So the point is, you need to have, in case someone comes invading, you need to have way more ammunition and much larger stockpiles of everything than them. So yeah, these are the lessons that India needs to learn, and other nations also possibly need to learn from the war that we are seeing right now. Rano Nahapana says, why was there sudden change in US stocks just before 9/11? I have no idea. I don't know. No idea. Was there actually a change? And let's say there was, then who did it? See, I don't know about that. I have no idea. 24 Bharat says, when Trump was elected, you said he may be good for the US, but he's neither good for the US empire, elites, deep state, nor is he good for the common US man of the world. So that means I was wrong. Let me tell you something. Let's say this war goes on 6 months, 1 year, okay? And the US, let's say it loses this war. Then you will say that, this guy Trump has been bad for the US and is bad for the world. Or is it so? Of course, he's been bad for the world. Let's say this war goes on another 6 to 12 months. It's going to be terrible for the world economy. And so Trump will have been bad for the world. But he also loses the war and Iran is not defeated. Then you will say he's even bad for the US. But is he really bad for the US? Let's say this war leads to the complete cessation of the export of oil through Hormuz and Bab al-Mandeb. Okay? Let's say the war escalates and the Americans start striking at Iran's oil production facilities, power generation facilities, desalination plants. And the Iranians hit back at the oil production facilities and desalination plants and power generation plants of all the GCC nations. Then the whole region is devastated and it can't produce oil for the next 10 years, let's say, or gas, oil and gas for next 10 years. Then it's a disaster for the region. It's a disaster for the whole world. But is it a disaster for the US? Even if the US loses this war, this entire region goes out of commission. You can't get oil from there for a decade. Then who benefits from this? The US benefits from this. The US becomes the world's largest supplier of oil to the whole world then. Okay? So short term, there's going to be pain for the US and the world. Long term, there's going to be pain for the world, but it's going to be good for the US. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe the plan is that whichever region we can't control, we will destroy it. So now if we can't control the Gulf region, we're going to devastate the Gulf region, send the whole region to the Stone Age. And that will also be terrible for China and India. So we are not only destroying the Gulf region and Iran, we're also giving a huge setback to India and China, a long-term setback. And by closing the Strait of Bab al-Mandeb, will ensure Russia also finds it very difficult to sell oil to India and China. So which means that everybody is now under our control. And that is also great for their policy of containing India and hampering China's endeavors of whatever they're doing. You see, Trump, even if he loses this war, may actually end up doing something that's great for the US. All right? So think about it from different perspectives. All right. Abhishek Bhardwaj says, Namaste, long-time viewer, haven't been too active recently. Well, thank you so much and welcome back. So have purchased both your courses. Any plans for updates in your courses in the pipeline or any new course plan? Thank you, sir. I don't have any plans as such right now. for updates in the courses or new courses in the pipeline, I am right now focusing on writing. So that's what I'm focusing on. So as far the courses are concerned, the way they are right now, they're going to stay like that for the time being at least. All right. Right. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for purchasing the courses and being a long time viewer. I really appreciate that. Thank you. GRXNA says, how does PFBR's success, Kalpakam, break the U-235 trap and IAEA oversight to unlock India's thorium-based autonomy by 47? Also, are you a physicist? From where? How do I become one too? Pressurized fast breeder reactor success, Kalpakam. I am not aware. I'm not keeping track of what's happening in Kalpakam. See, overall, India has a 3-stage nuclear program. India seeks to become a major producer of electricity from nuclear reactors. And we have a 3-stage program. The last stage is producing electricity from thorium-based reactors. So I am not sure what kind of reactor Kalpakam is and what it does, what is the physics behind it. I'm not sure about that. So I won't be able to answer the question without looking into what the Kalpakam reactor actually is and what it does and what sort of fuel it uses. Is it a pressurized? So it's a fast breeder. So its job is to produce plutonium or something, I suppose. Not sure. So I don't know. I'm not aware of this. So I'll not look into it right now because it'll take some time to dig all the information out. And right, I don't know about the IAEA oversight also. Are we under any obligation to have IAEA inspect our facilities? Really? I don't know about that. So, am I a physicist? Yes, I am a physicist. From where? From India. How do you become one? Well, you have to study physics to become one, and well, I suppose you also have to get some educational degrees to be a physicist. If you want people to recognize you as a physicist, you would need a master's degree at least to be a physicist, right? How do you become one? You study progressively. You need to be a physicist. You need to be really good at math. So math is the language in which you do physics. Without a very strong foundational understanding of mathematics, you can't be a physicist. You need to be really good at mathematics. So you start from your basic school level, arithmetic and all that. Then you go higher. You learn, calculus and things like that. And eventually you need to have university level understanding of mathematics. What are the mathematical tools you need to do physics? Well, you need calculus, you need differential equations, you need linear algebra, you need matrices, you need tensors, you need to know how to handle complex numbers and all of that. I suppose, is there something else mathematically? Yeah, most of it. You take any standard mathematical methods of physics, mathematical methods for physicists book. You go through that, Byron Fuller or whatever, then that works for you. And then that's good enough for you. And then you need to learn the physics. So you need to learn physics from the Halley-Resnick level. That's where you start. Then you go through, you need to be good at classical physics, which is Newtonian physics and classical electrodynamics, all of that. Then you need to venture into quantum mechanics and relativity. And then you have to decide what field you want to be in, whether it is a purely theoretical field or an applied field and so on. So it's a long process. It takes years of effort to become a physicist. You have to absorb a lot of knowledge, a lot of information. And at the end of the day, being a physicist means you are solving some problem. So you have to learn how to solve problems too. Solving actual open problems in physics, right? Otherwise, you're an engineer if you're doing applied physics. You're not really solving an open problem, but you're applying physics into some real world problem. But there are very big, open, unanswered questions in physics. And well, if you are especially in theoretical physics or astrophysics, cosmology, you will be typically tackling some of these. All right, sir, all the best. 24 Bharat says, how is Iran-Pakistan ties on paper, words, rhetoric versus truth? Isn't it funny that Iran, India are kind of on the same axis and Israel, Pakistan are on the same side despite the rhetoric? Yeah. So what's the truth about the relationship between Israel and Pakistan? Well, we don't know because these things aren't like spoken about in the open. These are kept under wraps. But understand the connections. Understand the undeniable connections. What is the undeniable connection between Israel and Pakistan? Pakistan. Let's start with Israel. Israel's number one ally is the United States. The US gives unconditional support to Israel no matter what happens. And Israel essentially, it's now known to be true. It was Israel that dragged the US into this war against Iran. So Israel kind of is, you could say, the dominant partner in the US-Israel relationship. Okay? So Israel's number one asset is the US. Israel's number one unconditional supporter is the US. Now let's understand the US-Pakistan relationship. Pakistan is a long-standing American vassal. Between 2012 to 2022, Pakistan became a Chinese vassal temporarily. Now it is back to being an American vassal. And it's a very important asset for the US to have because it allows the US to counterbalance and hurt India on demand. Okay? And also Iran possibly, if required. And also Afghanistan. The whole region. Pakistan is it's the world's largest terrorist nation, right? So that's the deal. So Pakistan is a major asset of the US, and the US seems to be a major asset of Israel. So that means Israel can use Pakistan too in some way or the other. And maybe there are connections between the two nations, possibly, hypothetically, potentially. One clear sign of this is that recently when the Pakistani dictator Asim Munir had visited the US, when he was there, the Pakistani embassy or consulate there had arranged a dinner in his honor, and there was an Israeli military presence there. Let's ask Google. Does it? Maybe it will say I'm wrong, but let's see. Let's ask Google. Was there an Israeli military presence at a dinner given by the Pakistani embassy in honor of Asim Munir in the US? Let's see. It says there is no evidence. False parade rumors. Everything is false. Nah. No. Okay. They are saying there was no such thing happened. They are saying no such thing. This AI is saying there is no credible evidence. Okay. Anyhow, so the AI won't accept this, but this did happen. And Pakistan is going to be playing some kind of a so-called peacekeeping role in Gaza once the Trump towers start coming up in Gaza after the flattening of Gaza and the evacuation and the expulsion of its population. So during that process, Pakistani troops will play a peacekeeping role. Who will they be helping? Israel. So there clearly is some kind of connection between Israel and Pakistan, but it is a secret connection. It's not out in the open. Okay, so that's what I can say. And yeah, it's funny that India and Israel are not officially on the same axis. It is Israel, China, Russia, and North Korea that are part of the so-called axis. When the West uses the term axis, they mean that these are bad guys. And when you have allies, it means when you have a coalition of Western nations, they are called allies. And when you've got a coalition of bad, evil nations, they are called the Axis. So India is not part of that alliance or that grouping of nations officially, mainly because of the problem that China poses for India. Otherwise, India has a good relationship with all the nations. But yes, you could say that India and Iran are both nations towards which the US is hostile in different ways. When it comes to Iran, the US is bombing Iran and trying to destroy it. When it comes to India, the US is trying to control India, contain India, and prevent India from growing, and trying to do all kinds of stuff, in India's periphery. The civil war in Myanmar. Do you people understand there's a civil war going on in Burma, right next to India, just east of India, along India's border? We are worried about the war in Iran, but there's a war going on in Burma, and we are not even aware of it. So that's also all done by the US. It's a civil war they've caused in the region. Right. Okay. 24 Bharat says, why are experts who rant 24/7 about Pakistan and China, why are they silent on the Northeast? I wonder. See, there are reasons for this. Indian experts have no understanding of India's Far East. The Indian government for decades has had no understanding of the Far East, of India's Northeast. What kind of people live there? What are their traditions like? What language do they speak? What is their culture like? What kind of food do they eat? For the government of India, it's all alien. There are some so-called experts, okay, who are appointed from time to time as Northeast experts. And they give the government advice about what to do in the Northeast, what policies to have. Then after a few years, they disappear and you never hear from them again because they've messed everything up. There are some experts like that. But most experts, geopolitics experts and other experts, they who speak about China and they know everything about China. The Chinese President Xi Jinping had the 7 strokes in the last 6 months. They know everything up allegedly, that sort of thing. They know everything that's happening in China also, but they're quiet about the Northeast because they understand nothing about the Northeast. That's the reason why. Nowadays, there are people who are also talking about Northeast because you will ask ChatGPT something. ChatGPT will tell you everything, and then you can say yes, ye hai, wo hai. So that's a shortcut a lot of people take these days. ChatGPT shortcut. Yeah, but you see, it's very important for India to ensure that the people who live in this region, the far east of India, don't get alienated. It's very important. We have the slogan of national integration, but we don't. It's just a slogan. Do we actually implement it? Is the question. Okay. WYBKT says, will you ever visit Tua? It has a stunning landscape. I would love to visit Tua. Love to visit it. Suppose it's got volcanoes. Do we have volcanoes in Tua? I'm sure there's volcanism there. Does Tuva have volcanoes? Pretty sure it does. Yes, the Tuva Republic. It does have volcanoes. Yes. Right. So in case some of you are wondering where is Tuva, it's in Russia, of course, right? In Siberia, Sibir. And let's take a look at Tuva. Tuva, Russia. Tuva, Russia. So that's where we have it. Okay. And this whole region is stunningly beautiful, very sparsely populated. Okay. And Tuva, I would say historically, Tuva has been part of Mongolia. Okay. So Mongolia is a very unfortunate nation these days. About half of Mongolia, I mean, if you see Mongolia today, the size of Mongolia, that much area is currently, almost that much area is under Chinese occupation right now. And the Chinese call it Inner Mongolia. Let's search for Inner Mongolia. Mongolia, China. So it won't show you an outline, but yeah. But the fact about Mongolia is that even north of Mongolia, there's a large territory that is now part of Russia, which was historically Mongolia. And Tuva is part of that. Okay. So I would love to visit Tuva. I would love to visit Kamchatka. I would love to visit Sakhalin, right? This is Sakhalin. Lots of volcanoes here. Kamchatka, lots of volcanoes here as well. These islands you're not allowed to visit, the Kuril Islands. You got volcanoes there as well. So very nice, beautiful, parts of the world that very few people visit. I would certainly love to visit these parts of the world for sure. Absolutely. Piyush Shukla says, Namaste Abhijit ji, big fan. I pray for good health and ending. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Piyush ji. In your last live stream, you said only 6 sovereign nations. What is US? US, China, Russia, Israel, Iran, India. What about BRCPID? Brazil, No. Indonesia, no. What is CP? I'm not sure what CP is. No, only six. So when I say only six, it means only six are there, right? Others are not there. Brazil, how can you say it's a sovereign nation? They come under the Monroe Doctrine, right? The new American Monroe Doctrine. Trump has said that the US is going to be the hegemonic power in the Western Hemisphere, which includes all the Americas. That's been the case even without the doctrine being officially, uh, re-established. No nation in the Western Hemisphere is genuinely sovereign. They are all under the American thumb. Understand that. Indonesia, beautiful country. I love the country. Wonderful place, wonderful people, great history. But they are also dominated by the US. And I don't know what CP is, but yeah. Right. Okay. So there's only six genuinely sovereign nations. Okay. WYBKT says, your opinion about Kim Jong Lukashenko meet. Have they met? I'm not aware, but if they met, good. Good for them. Um, let's see. When did they meet last? Lukashenko, Kim Jong Un, Belarus leader gifts right. This was in March. Friendship treaty. Okay, so good for them. They are all on the same side, right? Same grouping of nations. Belarus is a very strong partner of Russia. And similarly, North Korea is a very strong partner of China. And China and Russia are in this modus vivendi right now. They are working together because they have no choice. So it makes sense for these nations to cooperate and collaborate. So, yeah. 24 Bharat says, if the US attacks North Korea, what is Kim's response? Will it tolerate aggression or be restrained, measured, rational like Iran? If Iran had nukes, would the US have invaded? If the US attacks North Korea, what will Kim Jong Un do? Kim Jong Un do? No, that's not the right question. The right question is, will the US attack North Korea? The answer is the US won't attack North Korea. Why will they not attack North Korea? Because North Korea has nukes, first of all. And secondly, the North Koreans have ICBMs that are tried and tested. These North Korean ICBMs can reach any part of the US. ICBM means intercontinental ballistic missile. North Korean missiles can reach the US East Coast. Okay? And it's impossible to defend an entire nation against ICBMs. Some cities will be defended better than other parts of the nation. But let's say if a North Korean ICBM goes towards Hawaii, there's nothing the US can do to save Hawaii. If a North Korean ICBM is targeted at a certain US city, most likely the US can't do a thing about it. So the US will never try to attack North Korea because the North Koreans will hit back very hard. And the North Koreans will not hesitate. At least they've tried to make it look like they will not hesitate from using nuclear weapons. So North Korea will not be attacked by the US. The Americans won't do it. And if the Americans attack, the North Koreans will make them pay a very heavy price for that. They will not tolerate the aggression. They will not be restrained or measured or rational like Iran. Now, if Iran had nukes, would the US have invaded? No. They would not have invaded. Attacked. They have not invaded yet, land invasion, but they have attacked North Korea. Iran. They would not have attacked Iran if Iran had a few nukes. So all Iran had to do was to test at least one nuclear test minimum. If you do that, the whole equation changes. So I think it was a major mistake by Iran to not test nuclear weapons. Yeah. Right. Okay. Fraud Hawk says, good evening. What's your view about Israel-Russian relationship? In the past, Putin said a large population of Israel are of Russian origin and striking them is immoral. It's a diplomatic statement that was made. Okay? In diplomacy, you say nice things. Please learn to ignore words and look at actions. Okay? So Putin said something nice about Israel. We will never attack you. So many of your people are of Russian origin. How can we attack you? It is immoral to attack Israel. Okay. So that's what he has said. It doesn't mean a thing. It is not a treaty. It's not a signed agreement. It's just a few words. So I don't take words seriously. Now, what's my view about the Israel-Russian relationship? Um, they're not friends. They're not on the same side. Israel has initiated the war against Iran, which is one of Russia's major friends, so to say. In geopolitics, there's no friends or enemies, but as a in a manner of speaking, they're friends. Russia and Iran. I mean, Iran has sold Russia a large number of Shahed drones, and Russia is in the process of selling Iran fighter planes of various kinds and so on. Not various kinds, one kind, Sukhoi something. Sukhoi 35, is it? Possibly, yeah. Yeah. So Iran and Russia are on the same side, and Israel is the sworn enemy of Iran, and they are currently trying to destroy Iran. So the Russia-Israel relationship isn't the best relationship. It's not the best relationship, right? They're not really very friendly. Yeah, that's how I see it. Abhay Singh says India is making an LICBM missile. We are still undefeated in making files and starting projects. I hope it goes beyond a file this time and in quick time. I hope so too. I hope that it goes beyond a slogan and an announcement and a file and so on. So India, we have good missiles. We have one of the best missile programs in the world. We tested a few of those during the 3-day Operation Sindoor, or 3-day war against Pakistan. A few of the missiles were tested, not the ballistic missiles. And now we are talking about a long-range ICBM, which is, I think, necessary for India to have. So what's a long-range ICBM? So we have the Agni 5 missile. The stated range of Agni 5 is what? 5,000, 6,000, 8,000 kilometers? Let me see, what is it? What is the stated range of the Agni 5 missile? The stated official range is over 5,000 kilometers. Okay. So we have tested it around 5,000 kilometers, that sort of range. But maybe the actual range may be more, maybe 8,000 kilometers. But 8,000 kilometers isn't enough for India to have the entire world within our range, right? It's important for us to have missiles that can strike anywhere in the world if required. It's very important for us to have that, right? Why should we not have such capabilities when other nations have it? So now we are making a longer range ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missile. So maybe this time it will have a range of 15,000 kilometers, let's say. I don't think that should be too difficult for us to achieve, right? So yeah, I hope it happens soon, and I hope we induct a large number of such missiles. Ashvi Soni says, fuel tankers move at just 10 to 15 knots. Ships that departed before the war are still en route, but new shipments will take much longer. How will countries manage delayed fuel supplies and shortages? They will have to manage these shortages and delays as best they can. Maybe rationing. Rationing is something nations typically do when they face such problems. You know, you impose quotas and you ration the fuel. Don't allow people to buy as much fuel as they want. Don't allow establishments to buy as much fuel as they want. Give everybody a certain quota. You can buy only this much in a week or a month or whatever. That's what countries can do. That's the best you can do. See, these problems that have occurred because of the war, they are beyond your control, right? If you're India, if you're China, if you're Japan, if you're Indonesia, if you're Malaysia, if you're Singapore, if you're Thailand, and so on. It's beyond your control. There's nothing you can do about it. So the best you can do is to manage things back home. Impose rationing, impose fuel austerity measures, tell people to work from home, tell restaurants to operate at half capacity or whatever, or operate for only half the hours you were generally operating earlier. Impose such measures, do some such measures, which will be bad for the economy, but there's nothing we can do about it because the problem is the root cause is outside and we can't control that. So that's why this is bad for the global economy. It's bad for the economy of various nations. More businesses could go out of operation, just like with COVID, if the longer this lasts. So that's how we do it. Okay. Time space theory says Sage Canada definition of atom and molecule 500 years before Democritus His definition is the same as Kashyap, but AI search ignores it unless specified. Okay, so Kanada. Kanada was an Indian rishi. I don't know when he lived before. Was it 500 years before Democritus or 5,000 years before him? I have no idea. Our timelines are all messed up. Okay, and if your textbook teaches you that so and so person lived in so and so year, there is no guarantee it's the truth. We have defined our timelines based on Western concepts, and on the basis of timelines the Westerners have given to us. So I don't know that Kannada lived 500 years before Democritus. Maybe it was much longer before. I don't know. Now, when it comes to definition of atoms and molecules, Kannada, I don't think he spoke about molecules. He spoke about atoms. He said that if you take any substance, any matter, and you keep dividing it, cutting into half, 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 then eventually you will reach a stage where when there is a small um, piece of matter that can't be divided further, and that is the anu, the atom. So he spoke about atoms. I am not aware of him speaking about molecules. Molecules are combinations of atoms, right? Like H2O, NaCl, CH3COOH, K4FeCN6, and so on and so forth. These are combinations of atoms based on the number of electrons you have in the various shells and so on. Yeah. So I don't think Kannada spoke about molecules or wrote about molecules. I know that he was the first person to give an atomic theory, not a quantum theory, but an atomic theory. And I'm not sure about what Rishi Kashyap said, but yeah. AI search will ignore India's contributions. See, first of all, what Kannada said was philosophical, not scientific. Because according to the scientific method, you need observational evidence, and Kannada was simply speculating, but his speculation was correct. So his was a philosophical school of thought. All the Indian philosophical schools of thought are essentially different models of the universe. And his was possibly a more accurate model of the universe compared to certain others of that from our past history. But AI searches will ignore most Indian contributions to philosophy, to science, etc., unless you ask it to speak about the specific thing. In that case, it will tell you what it knows, but otherwise, it will most likely ignore it. And that's why India needs to have sovereign AI systems, our own AI systems, right? Which are not trained on Western knowledge, but Indian knowledge. You should have AIs that are trained only on Indian literature and knowledge. So it would be nice if the government of India could do something like that. Sergeant Skyland says, what will be US's next move? Most likely, there's going to be an escalation on Tuesday. Trump has given Iran 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's not going to do that unless there is a major breakthrough with negotiations. I don't think they are even talking to each other. So how can there be negotiations? So Iran is not going to open the Strait of Hormuz because Trump needs it open. So Tuesday, I think the Americans will launch major strikes on Iran. And it looks like the Americans are preparing for some kind of ground operation on Iran, which could happen sooner rather than later. So I see escalations coming in this coming week, right? The title of this live stream is Iran, US, Israel, Iran war. What's next? Right? What next? Most likely an escalation early in this coming week, in the next 48 hours. Most likely at the end of 24 hours, you will have a major escalation coming from the US. And I mean, you can see that Trump has been threatening this for a while. So if you see this infamous social media post of his, it's already infamous, even though it's just 3 hours old, right? Trump is promising this. Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. So he's saying we will destroy more bridges and more power plants in one day on Tuesday. There will be nothing like it. Open the FN Strait, you crazy bastards, Iranians, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. I don't know why he said that, but whatever. So Trump was saying that this entire operation was about liberating the people of Iran and bringing them freedom and democracy and human rights, and then saving them from the evil government of Iran, right? All about saving the people. Is this how you save people? By targeting civilian infrastructure, power plants, bridges that people use, civilians use. Is that how you do it? Is that how you bring freedom and democracy to the people? Or maybe that's how the US does it. So I think you're gonna have an escalation in the coming days, very soon, unfortunately. 24 Bharat says Cuba, Vietnam, El Salvador, Nicaragua sovereign. If not, why? When you are a small nation, you have constraints that prevent you from being sovereign. You have major constraints. No small nation with a small economy can be considered to be genuinely sovereign because you are critically dependent on so many other countries for so many things. And if you are small, let's say we talk about Switzerland, small nation, small. How can a small nation be sovereign? If it is independent, I'm talking about independence, it's not sovereignty. If it's independent, it's because its neighbors have decided not to invade. But the moment one of the neighbors gets a crazy crackpot leader and who decides to invade, it's over, right? And if you are a small nation, then you are then you lack things within your small territory. You lack resources, which you will have to import from other countries. So you are dependent on other countries from a technological perspective, from a fuel perspective, from an energy perspective, in so many different ways. So how can you be considered to be sovereign, right? So right now, Cuba is critically dependent on nations like Russia and Venezuela, etc. It was for oil, and now the Americans have embargoed Cuba, and Cuba is being crippled by the Americans. Um, and Cuba doesn't have a million missiles or drones, so let's see how long they last. Vietnam, it's again a quasi sovereign nation, but not fully sovereign. El Salvador, so all these nations, the same story. Yeah. Harsh Patel says, I've been experimenting the past 4 days with a retrieval system based on your podcast archive to make long-form discussions searchable using 16K Q&A from 341 episodes. Surprisingly useful. Very interesting. Andrei Karpathy came up with this system. He tweeted about that. He tweeted about the concept that you can have an inbox in which you can dump all kinds of files. You can dump transcripts, you can dump PDFs, you can dump images, anything, and you can have an AI system parse through all of that and create your own wiki in terms of markdown files, MD files, and you can then access the wiki using Obsidian or something. And each time you ask the system a question, if the answer is useful, it's going to go back into the inbox and it's going to be processed and it's going to become part of the wiki. So the wiki becomes an evolving system that you never touch. The AI maintains it, but you get insights from it. Obviously, there are questions about how accurate it's going to be because it will depend on the accuracy of the AI system itself. But it's a really interesting concept. If you have a self-healing wiki, if you can have a process that runs periodically that looks at the wiki's accuracy, that could be really interesting. But yeah, somebody will have to construct it. So I suppose everybody can have their own knowledge base based on that, right? It's interesting. So you have been experimenting the past 4 days with a retrieval system built on my podcast archive to make long form discussion searchable. 16,000 Q&As from 341 episodes. Okay, well, 341 episodes. So you've downloaded all the transcripts, I suppose, right? Surprisingly useful. When you asked the system about what it thought about the idea, it surfaced a segment suggesting you had mentioned something similar in episode 211, which I haven't watched yet. Interesting, very interesting. So I'm pretty sure you were using some form of AI for this, right? I suppose GPT, Claude, whatever, Gemini. Very interesting. Maybe I should do this for myself, Yeah, something similar. So that I understand myself better, my own thought processes, etc. Very interesting. I'm glad that you're doing this. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. Very interesting. Maybe I should implement something similar. Yeah, have some AI vibe code something, or maybe I could code it myself, which will obviously take longer. But yeah, interesting. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing this. It's very interesting. Parth Mehta says, do you see Dubai desalination plants getting hit in case US Israel hit Iran bridges and power plants? I think the Iranians are being very reciprocal. So if the Americans and Israelis will hit more bridges, then Iran could hit bridges in the GCC countries. If the Americans and Israelis hit power plants, the Iranians could hit power plants in the region. If they hit oil refineries, they will hit oil refineries. If the Americans and Israelis hit oil storage facilities, the Iranians will hit oil storage facilities. And if they hit desalination plants in Iran, then Iran will hit desalination plants. Iran has been very reciprocal these 35, 36, 37 days. So I think you will see more of that pattern. But the Americans and Israelis have hit Iranian nuclear facilities, and Iran hasn't responded to that yet by targeting Israeli nuclear facilities. I think they are saving that for later, perhaps. Yeah, so I see Dubai desalination plants or other desalination plants being hit only if the Americans and Israelis target Iranian desalination plants. That's what I expect. Piyush Sinha says, what's stopping the US from displaying their real potential? The US is displaying its real potential. Okay, why do I say this? It's because the Americans have a certain number of military bases in the Gulf region, and their potential depends on how much military force they can deploy there. And they deployed a certain amount of military force there and started the war, and that military potential has been destroyed to a certain extent, at least, by Iran. Now they are bringing in more transport aircraft in the region, bringing in more personnel, more weapons perhaps, and that will define the new regional potential of the US. So it's not about the global potential, it's about the regional potential. How much force can they deploy in a certain region? That is their regional potential, right? So yeah, that's what the US is constrained by how much force it can deploy in that region. Now they're bringing in more. Eventually, they have other weapons that also are part of their potential, which we hope they will never use. But who knows? We'll see. One hope it doesn't come to that. Piyush Sinha says, "Thank you, sir, for allowing member chaps." You're very welcome, of course. You're very welcome. Podcast Punjabi says all European countries have bunkers. Why don't we have bunkers? I suppose we have to ask the government of India, why haven't they thought about bunkers? All European countries have bunkers. Well, do they have bunkers that can accommodate their entire populations? I would be very surprised if that is the case. Because the European countries haven't seen war for 70, 80 years now, right? The last major war in Europe was, if you disregard the Yugoslavia conflict, the Kosovo war, all that, then the last major conflict before Ukraine in Europe was 1945, right? After 45, there's not been any major war until 2022 in Europe. So I'm not sure if all European countries will have sufficient bunkers to accommodate their entire populations. They will have bunkers possibly left over from the Cold War, but it's very hard to make so many bunkers, right? What's the population of the UK? 70, 80 million? What is it? Let's see. UK's population. How many bunkers does the UK have? What's the UK's population and how many bunkers does the UK have? 70 million, 270 major nuclear bunkers and thousands of smaller, mostly closed historical bunkers. Okay. Yeah, so most of those are closed, the historical bunkers. They could be reactivated, but it will take some time, to make them habitable and so on. India doesn't have bunkers because we have 1.4 billion people, first of all. And we don't foresee too much of a nuclear threat. And you can't do much about it, I suppose. Okay. Ashay Pandey says, good evening. My parents in Abu Dhabi have returned to India during the Iran-US conflict, but must go back for work. Is it safe at the moment, or they better stay? What with respect to possibility of escalation? Look, I think there's going to be escalation. But I don't think that the escalation is going to involve Iran hitting civilians. Iran doesn't do that. Why do I say Iran doesn't do that? Because the Americans have been bombing civilians the past month. Iran has not hit civilians. Iran has hit a few hotels in the UAE with drones, but they have hit hotels where the Americans were stationing military personnel, and they've hit those floors and those rooms. So there have been very few civilian casualties in the Gulf region. Very few. I know people who live in the UAE. They're there. Um, and see, the US in the initial days of the war, they sent a Tomahawk missile into a girls' school in Iran. Right? It killed more than 170 or so girls in Iran, little girls. Did Iran respond in the same manner? Iran did not respond in the same manner. They did not target civilians or children, right? So I certainly foresee an escalation in this coming week. The Americans will once again hit Iran hard and hit Iran harder. Bridges, like Trump is promising, right? Bridges and power plants and much more. It's going to be hell in Iran. That's what he's saying. And if that happens, Iran will hit American, Israeli assets and perhaps GCC assets. But those won't be civilian assets. So I certainly see the possibility, significant possibility of an escalation in the coming week, in the coming longer possibly. But I don't see civilians being targeted by Iran. They're not crazy people. Okay, they're not mad like they're being portrayed. Uh, so that is how I see things going. So if your parents have to return to the UAE to Abu Dhabi for work, I don't think it's gonna be dangerous for them. I don't think so. I'm sure the airports, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, etc., are operating. Dubai, look, I don't know what Dubai airport looks like right now, but I'm sure it's operational. Abu Dhabi, definitely, we've heard no news of any untoward thing happening, and maybe one or two incidents, but nothing major. I think it should be safe for them. But at the end of the day, please do your own due diligence, because since your parents live there, they know the region better, they know the place better. And if they feel that what I am saying is incorrect and maybe there's a higher chance of something bad happening, then they should make their own decisions based on their own understanding. The way I see it, there's going to be escalation, but hopefully it doesn't affect civilians in the UAE. That's how I see it. So I'm hopeful, and I'm pretty sure it won't affect civilians. The Iranians won't deliberately target civilians. But it's a war zone, so you have to be careful. Okay? So, yeah, that's what I can say. But you see, understand one thing about me. I'm not sitting in the region. I'm talking about these things theoretically. I don't have skin in the game. Keep that in your mind when you analyze what I'm saying. Okay, I don't have skin in the game. And when you take advice from somebody who doesn't have skin in the game, you have to be very careful. Okay? All the best to you and your parents. Piyush Sinha says, just like Iran showed its real capabilities in this war as a surprise to the US, do you think the US would get the same surprise in North Korea and China? I think China has far more drones and missiles than Iran. Far more drones and missiles. The Chinese have been churning out warships like sausages, like samosas. And North Korea, they also will be able to spring a surprise or two. I think the US will get a far more nasty surprise, far nastier surprise with China and North Korea than with Iran. I think so. Yeah. Saru says, do you think our population will support the government in a hypothetical long war? I'm talking about the people who go crazy about LPG shortages and onion price hikes. I don't know. I think if there's a war, the people will unite. At least, well, maybe 70% of the population will unite, hopefully. The issue is that we've got I don't know how many tens of millions of Bangladeshis in India. They're going to be a problem for us, and we have foreign infiltrators of different kinds also in India. So they will be a problem for us. I think our population will be reasonably united. Or people go crazy about LPG shortages and onion price hikes and all that. But if there is an existential threat to the nation, they'll be happy to suffer any such problems as long as the nation is able to overcome the threat. So people go crazy about LPG shortages, onion price hikes, etc. in peacetime. In peacetime, Indians love to complain. But in wartime, I think Indians will unite. The foreigners will be a problem for us. But most Indians in wartime will definitely unite. Maybe more than 70%, maybe 80-90% of Indians will unite. But the foreigners who are embedded within India, they could be a problem for us. Okay. Soldier Boy says, I meant India. Is there any hope, or our fate is sealed? I think there's hope. India, why is our fate sealed? I think India has a lot of hope. Lot of hope. Okay. Abhay Singh says, favorite IPL team and favorite Indian and international cricketer. I don't watch the IPL. The last IPL I watched properly. Look, I watched the initial IPL, which was 2007, I think. I watched the first match. Brendan McCullum hit 157, I think. And the first IPL, Indian players did not do great. And I watched that IPL that was the next one. I think it was in South Africa. One IPL season in South Africa. After that, I've kind of lost interest in the IPL. One issue is that they keep changing teams every couple of years. So they'll reshuffle the players all over the place, and it's a completely new team. Guys who were adversaries are suddenly together in the same team. So there's a lack of continuity in the IPL teams. That's an issue for me. And one thing I don't like about the IPL, overall IPL is fantastic as a concept. It's fantastic. It has made India a sporting superpower, a cricketing superpower. It has made all the foreign players, especially Australians who used to be all nasty towards Indians, now they are very differential. Good for us. Excellent. So from those perspectives, IPL is fantastic. What I would like to see in the IPL is more of a balance between bat and ball. You can't have 78 sixes in a 40 over 2 innings match. Keep something in there for the bowlers too, right? I think low scoring matches can be even more thrilling than matches where it's sixes. But in India, it's all about sixes, yeah, six, and all that. So I don't really find the IPL that interesting, unfortunately. I know the IPL is on right now. I suppose there must be an IPL match going on right now, possibly live. But I don't know who's playing. So I don't really follow the IPL. Maybe the semi-finals and finals I may watch, but for some of it at least, maybe highlights. But yeah, a favorite Indian and international cricketer. See, I don't have one favorite cricketer. Among the Indian cricketers who I really have liked, admired, the ones I have seen, there's many. There's Kapil Dev, of course, Srinath. I was a big fan of Manoj Prabhakar, despite everything. Tendulkar, Kambli. I was a big fan of Kohli when he was that aggressive player who used to win matches for India. I've always been a great fan of aggressive players who put fear into the opposition's minds and hearts. Ganguly was a big fan of his captaincy and his aggressive batting. I think he really undervalued his bowling. Kumble, Bumrah, of course. So many. There are so many players. International cricketers, well, there are many of them whom I admire, whom may not like a lot. Glenn McGrath, I admire. I don't like him too much. International cricketers, Shane Warne, the late great Shane Warne, Viv Richards, Curtly Ambrose, players I admire look, Wasim Akram, Waqar Younis, Imran Khan, I admired those players. No question about that. They were outstanding players. Ponting, I admired him, didn't like him. Dean Jones, there's so many. I'm sure I'm missing out a lot. Yeah. Okay. Soham S. Johnny says, can you decode this line with AI? Snakes and crocodiles to secure 175 kilometers using A equal to Z is equal to 26. Snakes. You want me to decode this line with AI? Snakes and crocodiles to secure 175 kilometers using A equal to Z. A equal to Z. A equal to 1, Z equal to 26. I'm not exactly sure what you are asking me to do. It would help if the instructions were more clear. Okay, give me a second. Let me ask an AI. No, I can't do that, right? Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking. Okay, let's still try what you're saying. Please decode this sentence. Snakes and crocodiles to secure 175 kilometers. Okay. And you're saying using a equal to z, and you're saying a equal to 1 and z equal to 26. Okay, let me see if AI understands what you're saying. Okay, so reverse alphabet cipher. So you get hum fum fum zim. So I'm not sure what you're asking. Obviously, the result is incomprehensible. So it would help if you could give clearer instructions as to what you're trying to say. Sahil Akhtar says, the Greater Israel project is rooted in Jewish eschatology. So in the end, it was always about religion. I am not familiar with Jewish eschatology. Eschatology is all about the end of the world, isn't it? In some religions, let me see. Eschatology meaning end of world thing, right? Not that, man. Eschatology. Eschatology. Oh, they gave me the French. The branch of theology, final events and end of the world and all that, human destiny, death, judgment, all that. Yeah, that's right. So, Jewish eschatology, I will not try to do a crash course right now with AI, but I am not familiar with Jewish eschatology. End of the world, the return of something, Messiah, some kind of, I don't know what it's about. And yeah, they have the concept of Armageddon, right? The final battle of humanity and stuff like that. But I'm not sure what it's like and what it's all about. And I'm not sure what the connection it has, if whether there is one with the so-called Greater Israel project. So I'm not aware of these things, so I won't be able to give you a clear answer because I don't know, right? Yeah, but it looks like there is a Greater Israel project based on the patches you see on the shoulders of IDF soldiers. It looks like there actually is a Greater Israel project, which was a big surprise to me. Okay, Deepak Dating Coach says, oh, thank you, sir. India Hindu population full passivized with BS spirituality, Hindu passivity spread on massive level. Imagine something happen to India's prime minister. India will be destroyed by insiders and outsiders. See Iran, whole population is like army. One goes, next leader comes and fights. Yeah, India, I understand what you're saying, and I, to a very large extent, agree with you. It's not Hindu passivity. I disagree with that point. Hindu passivity. If you see Hindu gods, they all carry weapons. So it's not like Hinduism is a passive religion, right? Hinduism is not a passive religion, but the way it is portrayed in the 21st century, in 20th century, is as a religion of passivity. So because of that, people think that Hinduism is a passive religion. Hinduism is not a passive religion. Hinduism is a vigorously active religion. But we are being taught a false version of Hinduism. Hinduism is being misportrayed. Ahimsa paramo dharma. Yeah, do you understand the meaning of ahimsa paramo dharma? Ahimsa paramo dharma means peace or non-violence is the highest ideal in humanity, is the highest ideal in dharma, right? So what does it tell you implicitly? It tells you that if somebody is being hinsak or non-violent, please destroy them. If you want to achieve a peaceful, non-violent world, you have to destroy the adharmic people, the violent people, through violent means, of course. That's why gods have weapons. So please understand that Hinduism is not a passive religion, but it has been portrayed these days, over the past couple of centuries, as a passive religion. Only the peaceful, peace-loving elements of Hinduism are being taught to people, and not the elements that tell you to resist and kill the evildoers. So because of that, India's population is passivized. India's population is divided. All we do is argue and talk and discuss and fight each other. All of our energy is spent fighting each other. We don't have a clear direction as a nation. We don't have a clear mission as a nation. Our leaders don't know. They have not given us a clear vision, mission, blueprint for the future. Nothing, right? So everyone in India, We have shared values, we don't have shared interests in different parts of India. The past 80 years, we've done a great job of dividing ourselves. Our leaders have done a great job of that. And that's the case today, that India is a divided nation. A nation where different people have different interests. We don't see ourselves as having shared interests. And if you do a center of gravity analysis of India, it will not be a very nice thing to do. See, when I use the term center of gravity, I know it's fun to make it's great fun to make fun of some Pakistani generals who use the term center of gravity, but to be serious, center of gravity is a genuine military term. It originates in the works of Karl von Clausewitz, the great Prussian military strategist and writer, who wrote the book on war. So there is a genuine concept called center of gravity. And in Iran, the center of gravity is decentralized and distributed. Iran is a great example of a fault-tolerant, anti-fragile network warfare system. Okay, so Iran's center of gravity is decentralized. There's no center of gravity. It's spread out. You can't destroy Iran, and the people are all motivated. Their whole population is like one, like you say. You're right. When it comes to India, what's India's center of gravity? The concept of center of gravity in the Clausewitzian worldview is that one thing which, if destroyed, destroys the whole system. That one thing which is the fulcrum and the crux of all operations and everything. You take that out, the whole system collapses and crumbles. I'm sure there's a better way of putting it across. Explain Clausewitz's definition of center of gravity. Yeah, there we have it. What's it say? The hub of all power and movement, upon which everything depends, representing the primary source of an enemy's strength or moral force or freedom of action. The focal point where forces are most dense, and striking it causes the enemy to lose balance and the whole system crumbles. Essentially, that's what it is. Now, if you want, I can do. It's a great content creation idea. A Clausewitzian analysis of the top 10 most powerful nations. What are their strengths, weaknesses, fragilities? What is their center of gravity? And the components of the center of gravity. There's a deeper decomposition that you have to do of the center of gravity. This is all military history. This is military analysis. I think India has a very clear non-distributed system and clear center of gravity. You take one thing out, everything crumbles. It's kind of like that. So yeah, overall, I would say that much of what you are saying is true. India needs to really get its affairs under control. India needs a better system. Essentially, India needs a much better system, much better. The system that we currently have, the governance system and everything else, it is not good for us. It is not the optimal, ideal, or even it's not even a acceptably suboptimal system. It's a terrible system. So overall, sir, I agree with you, Deepakji. Yes. WYBKT says, it seems that CENTCOM is as credible as Pak DG ISPR. Look, it's perfectly... See, lying and misleading is a perfectly legitimate tactic in warfare. Like they say, people like to conflate love and war. Everything is fair in love and war. Everything is fair in war. I promise you. So it's perfectly legitimate to lie and mislead in warfare. Yeah. So they have been claiming that they've lost only like 4 soldiers or whatever, and they've been trying to claim that they haven't lost too many aircraft and so on. I'm sure the actual figures are much higher. But see, in India, we have this misconception that you have to tell the truth. Because India's national motto is Satyameva Jayate. That is stupid. You should not tell the truth. You should lie. You can tell the truth 30 years after the operation is over. After the war is over. Don't start spewing the truth while the military operation is going on. Don't say, there's this terrorist attack in Mumbai and, on so-and-so floor, I got a phone call from so-and-so person who is hidden in room number so-and-so and say that on the media. on live TV. You don't do that. When you just came out of a war with Pakistan, and if you're an army general or whatever, you don't go to a foreign nation and give a seminar there and say that, you know what, we lost so many X number of aircraft. You don't do that. You don't lie about these things. India should learn from the Americans instead of thinking that they are not credible. Why should they be credible? They should not be credible. They should lie. You should also lie. In warfare, I'm not saying lie in civilian life. I'm saying in warfare, it's a good thing to not allow the world to know what's really happening. Okay. So Shatabish says, with due respect, disagree on average Iranian engineer being better than average Indian. Speaking from my own experience, we are far ahead of any other ethnicity in merit, rewarding environments world over. But educational background doesn't matter beyond a in your opinion. All right, sir. No issues. No issues. Please feel free to disagree with me. But I stand by what I'm saying. The average Iranian engineer is better than the average Indian engineer. It's nothing to do with ethnicity. It's all to do with the system, the educational system, and the fact that Iran respects merit, India does not. So the average Iranian engineer is better than the average Indian engineer. And look at their achievements. Look at what their missiles can do. Their missiles can change direction in the terminal phase of their descent. Their missiles can change velocity dramatically in the terminal phase of their descent. They can go from Mach 3 to Mach 8 or Mach 9 in the last few seconds. And they can maneuver. They can slow down. They can speed up. Look at their drones. They have the best drones. The Russians imported Iranian drones, and now they're manufacturing the drones themselves. Ethnicity, from that perspective, I'm sure we are better than anybody else. That's a different story. But see, the point is, let's not overestimate ourselves. Let's be realistic. Anyhow, please feel free to disagree. That's perfectly fine. But I stand by what I am saying. Dark Side of the Moon says, CHPM Operation Sindoor something last para. All right, sir. Thank you so much. All right. So I think you're from Pakistan, are you? You're saying that air superiority was with Pakistan. All right, sir. Pakistan, outstanding, brilliant. What's Pindabad? Listen, it's okay. Somebody said something and that makes you feel good about yourself. All right. Look, from my perspective, India obliterated Pakistan in those 3 days. It was a very limited encounter. It was just aerial warfare. Right? Now, some European publication is saying something, so it makes you feel good. All right, sir. Bahut achhi baat hai. It's good for you. All right? Someday we should sit together and have a chai together and discuss this. All right? In the UAE, I suppose. All right? Anyhow, all right. Thank you, sir, for your comment. Or ma'am, I don't know. You're a lady or a gentleman. Doesn't matter. Aditya says, do you think CSE engineers dug their own graves by making AI? Do you think CSE, computer science engineers, dug their own grave by making AI? No, you've got to do. Progress has to keep happening. I don't think they've dug their own graves by making AI. We were always going to reach this stage where machines will finally have the ability to start thinking. Right? Now machines think. We don't know if they're sentient or not, conscious or not, but they do think. Right? These machines have long since passed the Turing test, as the way we imagined the Turing test would be 20 years ago or 10 years ago. They've gone way beyond that, for sure. And of course, AI will take jobs and AI will make certain things redundant. But AI is like a patient. AI is like a patient with amnesia. Every session you're starting with a blank mind. So there are issues that AI has, and there'll be solutions to those issues as well, of course. So every session that you start with an AI, you have to give it context and so on and so forth. Then you have some AI systems that give you projects in which you already load the context, so it kind of knows what you're talking about. but it still doesn't know who you are and things. So you have to create your own systems and have your own local AIs running in your own powerful local machines in order for the AI to know you, and so on. So we are going step by step further in AI. But I don't think engineers have dug their own graves by making AI. Progress has to happen. It has to happen. Aryan Goti says, US, but Indian first. A new viewer. Well, thank you so much, sir. Welcome to this channel. Thank you so much for being a new viewer. So you are an Indian origin American. All right, all right. The question is, how can you see India taking advantage of the stupid situation by our clearly senile and bot president? Maybe we see India take a step into being a superpower. Jai Hind. Uh, Jai Hind. Thank you so much. So now, how do I see India taking advantage of the situation? Yeah, stupid situation indeed, by our clearly senile and bot president. How can India take advantage of this? See, this situation is actually hurting India. Uh, Iran is not preventing oil tankers from crossing the Strait of Hormuz if they are destined for India, which means that India is still getting oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. India is also now purchasing Iranian oil, I think. So that's one way of taking advantage, that we had acquiesced to American demands to not buy Iranian oil the past decade or so, roughly. But now we are purchasing Iranian oil. But the real issue, the real way it's hurting India is because our gas shipments are impacted. India's major supplier of liquid of natural gas is Qatar. And Qatar has now recently declared force majeure, right? They are no longer able to produce gas. Their facilities have been hit. And that's a problem that India is facing. And it's already having an effect in India, a bad effect in India. So right now, the situation is kind of painful for India, and it could get worse if the war lasts longer. But in the long run, how can this be advantageous to India? In what way could it potentially be advantageous to India? So one way it could be advantageous to India is if Iran actually prevails in this war, and the United States is no longer able to hold on to the military bases it had in the region, in the Gulf region. So the US, if we look here, if we look at Google, American bases in the Gulf region. I'm sure yeah. So these are the bases the Americans had in the region. For example, there's this base in Bahrain, okay, which is a major naval facility, the headquarters of the US Fifth Fleet. That is most likely either completely obliterated or essentially non-functional now. So if a situation arises where the US can't return to its bases and can't reoperationalize them, well, that changes the equation in the region. See, for the Americans to reoperationalize those bases, they're going to have to, first of all, ensure that the Iranians lose their missile and drone capabilities, which I don't see happening anytime soon. Secondly, even if the Americans are able to defeat Iran and destroy their drone and missile capabilities, even then, to rebuild those bases that have been built over decades, the Americans will have to spend hundreds of billions of dollars, perhaps trillions of dollars, to rebuild the bases. And that is difficult. That takes time. And I'm not sure the Americans will be able to do it anytime soon. So if the Americans lose their power projection capabilities in the region, then the whole regional balance of power equation changes. Iran becomes the region's predominant power. Okay. And that is a problem for the US and Pakistan, because now on both sides of Pakistan, you have non-friendly nations. Iran is no fan of Pakistan, no friend of Pakistan. And because of this, America's ability to impose pressure on India and arm twist India declines, right? We're already seeing India take some steps that the Americans won't like. So this stupid situation, this stupid war, if the Americans lose this war and are expelled from their current force posture in the Middle East, then it gives India more breathing space and more leverage in negotiations and other things with the US. But overall, long term, India will have to get stronger on its own without depending on other nations like it's trying to do, right? India will have to do everything on its own. India will have to build its own military industrial complex, its own weapon systems, its own AI, its own everything. There's no shortcuts. Space, yeah, space capabilities, which India has kind of fallen asleep on. So yeah, it could be this war could be advantageous to India in the long run, depending on how it ends. If Iran prevails, then it will give India more options vis-a-vis the US, right? Um, but even if the US is expelled from the region, the US still will come out as a beneficiary of this war, because if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for many nations and the Strait of Bab al Mandeb is also closed by the Houthis, then all other nations that are impacted by this will have to purchase American products, oil and gas, which will be great for the US economy. And if the war ends up devastating the region and destroying the oil production capabilities in the region, that will be a great long-term benefit for the US. So overall, whether it's win or lose for the US, they will benefit from the war. And India will, if it benefits at all, it will be not major benefits, and it will depend on how the war ends. All right. Arun Agarwal says chances that Iran ends the war and petrodollar remains. Iran is in no situation to end the war. The chances are very, very low for Iran to unilaterally end the war or agree to some kind of ceasefire with the US. So the problem is Iran doesn't trust the US. Iran, if the Americans promise something, you can't trust them to keep their word. Iran knows that. Even if the Americans sign an agreement, they can walk out of it, right? Unilaterally. Trump has done that before. In 2017, he walked out unilaterally from the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. So even if the Americans and Iranians sign an agreement, an official treaty, the Americans, the moment they get an opportunity, will break it. So how can Iran afford to end the war especially when they are actually in a position of advantage? So I think there's very little chance that this war ends soon. Unfortunately, sadly, the petrodollar is a different thing. It depends on a variety of factors. You know, the petrodollar most likely will remain even if Iran wins, because the Americans may ensure that all the oil production facilities in the Gulf region are destroyed or badly damaged, and then the world has to depend on American oil. Then in that case, the petrodollar system remains. Right? The Americans can certainly engineer that, even if they lose the war. So I think the petrodollar system is going to stay for a while at least. Abhijit Singh says, how is this Iran-Israel war affecting the Russia-Ukraine war? Is Russia gaining from it? Or maybe Russia has a hand in prolonging it? See, if the war is hurting the US and Iran is able to keep fighting, and if because of this the world has to start depending on Russian oil, then it's advantageous for Russia to let's say, prolong the war if it can do such a thing, right? And in that case, Russia does benefit from it, because if the Strait of Hormuz is closed for some nations, then those nations can't get energy from there, from the Gulf region. Then they have no choice but to buy oil from Russia or some other country, and Russia benefits from this. So that way, it's been, especially for, let's say, for India, we certainly can get oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is not stopping oil coming to India, but gas is an issue for India, and we will have to look beyond Qatar for gas. So maybe we can have Russia deliver gas to us, and that will be good for us, and that will be good for Russia as well. So in these ways, Russia can benefit. But now the Ukrainians have gone and bombed 3-4 ports that Russia has, which are the major hubs from where they export oil and gas. And the Ukrainians have done significant damage to the Russian ports. So you can see a clear linkage between the two wars. Russia stands to benefit from the war in the Gulf region, the war against Iran. So Ukraine goes and destroys Russian ports, which now makes it difficult for Russia to benefit from that. So the two wars are clearly linked, and the Ukrainians are going to be sharing their drone tactics and drone know-how with the Americans, especially counter-drone measures. So there's another linkage. There's multiple linkages like this. Okay. Dheeraj Kamath says some family members are still stuck between Saudi and Bahrain. Should they leave now? What are the options for them? Saudi and Bahrain. Saudi and Bahrain. Bahrain is a small little nation which used to host the American Fifth Fleet headquarters, and it's been bombarded by the Iranians. Saudi Arabia is a large nation, and most likely you're safe if you're there. Even in Bahrain, if you're a civilian, you're mostly safe. So some family members are stuck between Saudi and Bahrain. That's a bridge or something, right? Let's take a look at the geography. Give me a second. Let's take a look at the geography. Saudi, Bahrain. Let's put the map on the screen. Okay, let's zoom in. As you can see, Bahrain is this tiny little country. This, I think, is a Bahraini island, yeah? And then you have this bridge. You have a bridge between Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. So the question is, your parents are stuck between Saudi and Bahrain. Are they stuck on the bridge? So this is Saudi territory. And between the two countries, there's a bridge, which is about 10, 15 kilometers, 20, 30 kilometers long. How long is this bridge? 35, 23. Okay, 23 straight line. So I'm not sure what you mean by your parents are stuck there. But if they are stuck in a precarious situation, I would say they should leave immediately, if they have the ability to do that. So I'm not clear where they are stuck. Are they stuck on the bridge between Saudi Arabia and Bahrain? Or are they stuck in Bahrain, or are they stuck in Saudi Arabia? If they are actually stuck on the bridge, they should leave immediately. So I'm not clear about where they are stuck, but yeah, they should move to a safe place at the earliest, right? I'm sure if you are in Saudi Arabia, most parts of Saudi Arabia are very safe. Only the military facilities are being struck by Israel, by Iran. So you're fine. So move to a safe place immediately. That's what I would recommend. Okay. All the best to your parents. GGW Polig says, how legitimate are David Grush's claims on UFOs? I am not aware of who David Grush is and what his claims are. So I don't know. I don't keep track of what's happening in the ufology world. And most of these claims I don't actually take very seriously. I think UFOs are secret military technology. I don't think these are alien visitations to Earth. I have seen no evidence of that. So, to answer your question, I'm not aware of this gentleman and I'm not aware of his claims. So, unfortunately, I won't be able to give my views about that. Sorry. Aries Manticore, good to see you. The question is Trump aiming for global collapse, or is this war simply leading to it, as both sides are now at an impasse, unwilling to compromise? Your thoughts? See, whichever way this goes, this is going to hurt the world's economy, isn't it? Not sure if it will cause a global collapse, but it can actually. It can. See, in what scenario does it cause a global collapse? It starts with an escalation and continuing escalations in this war. And the Americans and Israelis, what they do is that they bombard Iran's oil production facilities and oil reserves, where they've kept oil in containers and all that. So that starts destroying Iran's oil production and storage capabilities. In response, Iran starts bombarding the Gulf nations, their oil production and storage capabilities. And the worst case scenario is that the entire Gulf region, all the oil and gas production and storage facilities are destroyed. So the region still has tremendous amounts of oil, but you can't extract it for the next 10 years. Then what happens is that the world now will have to depend on the United States, Russia, and non-Gulf nations for oil. So apart from Russia, the US controls all the other sources of oil and gas. Whether it is the North Sea, whether it's the UK, whether it's Canada, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Brazil, whether it is some African nations, whoever. The US controls them all, apart from Russia. So that way the US can exercise way more control over nations like India and even China. They can constrain their choices, right? And if the US decides that nobody will sell oil to India and China, the US can collapse India and China's economy in this scenario. So I don't know if this is what the US wants, but it certainly can be a, a viable outcome of this war, a plausible outcome of this war, a plausible outcome, right? So Trump can collapse various economies like that. I mean, Trump won't be around for forever as the US president, but the US can do it, right? So the war could lead us to that kind of situation. It could very well lead us to that sort of situation. Things could get really much worse for a lot of countries because of this war that the Americans have started, the Israelis have started. Yep. Okay. Vivek Singh says, while we are doing good in surface combats, we are struggling with undersea strikers when we have capability to build complex technology like SSBN. So how many submarines does India have? 15, 16, 17, whatever the number is, less than 20 for sure, which is a pitiable number of submarines for a nation of India's size. And a nation that likes to boast that the Indian Ocean region is our strategic backyard. We like to boast that, right? We are a nation of slogans, but we have less than 20 submarines. Surface vessels can be taken out very easily. It is submarines that are critical to offensive and defensive capabilities. And how many submarines does North Korea have, for example? Okay, let's ask our friend Google how many submarines they have. How many submarines do China, India, North Korea, and the United States and Japan have? Okay, US has about 70, all nuclear. China has 61. North Korea has 70, 24 to 70. Japan has 23, 24. And India has 18, including nuclear and standard submarines. India has a woefully small number of submarines, right? So India has this nation that doesn't act unless there's a crisis. So that's what India has always been like, a passive, reactive nation. We can start building more submarines. I would say that India should have at least 50 submarines, at least. Yeah. So why are we struggling with submarines? Because the government doesn't take the initiative. There is an initiative. We are building some submarines right now, like, I don't know, 3, 4 submarines we're building. But why aren't we building 20 at a time? Why not? Why don't we have the objective of having by 2050 100 submarines? Why not? Okay, let's not say, maybe not 100, let's say 50. Why not 50 submarines in the next 20 to 25 years? 2 a year. Why can't we do that? I don't see any long-term vision of anything. Of course, in the next few years, submarines will not, instead of submarines, we will start using unmanned underwater vehicles, essentially underwater autonomous drones, or maybe non-autonomous drones or whatever. So that will also be useful. And that could be even more dangerous than submarines. Essentially like underwater mines that will strike whenever required, that sort of thing. So technology is going to evolve, and we should keep up with that. But submarines, we have to focus on. So why are we struggling? Because we choose to struggle, sadly. 24 Bharat says, you said if Iran wins, it's good for India as we will have more leverage. But like you said, US will also have more oil control and destroy Gulf. So is it true? It depends, right? It depends on how it goes. If the US ensures the complete destruction of all oil production and storage facilities in the Gulf, then the US will have tremendous leverage in the entire world. But if the US simply loses the war and moves out, then Iran becomes the regional hegemon, and there is still oil production going on in the region. In that case, it is good for us. It depends on how it goes. It depends on how it goes. If the Americans simply nuke the region, I mean, figuratively nuke, not actually nuke, but simply destroy the oil production capability of the region, then they are the biggest beneficiaries of this war, even if they are forced to leave the region. Then they lose regionally but win globally. Okay, because now they control most of the oil production of the world, apart from what Russia produces. And then they may even prevent India from buying Russian oil and China from buying Russian oil, unless Russia can pipe the oil directly into China. But for India, not possible unless it comes through China. So then the Americans may force India to purchase only American oil. That will tremendously constrain India's choices. So that is a disaster for India. But if the Americans don't destroy the entire oil infrastructure in the region, in the Gulf region, and they are defeated by Iran and they leave the region, then it gives India more leverage. It depends on which way the whole thing goes. All right. Okay. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, why can't we make our own Starlink? Of course we can, but we don't want to. We don't want to. We can make our own Starlink. We can make our own GPS, but we only had the ambition to make a small regional IRNSS constellation of satellites, and that too is no longer functional now, despite no matter what any general says. Right? We don't have the ambition. We are a nation of low ambition and low standards. We are a nation with big slogans but low ambition and low execution. Aries Manticore says, regarding the cookies problem, we have a clause for them in ST list called inclusion of any cookie tribe for ST status. We tried to remove the clause, but a certain ministry has kept that order in abeyance. Very shameful. Okay, I am not aware of the specific details. I've heard of something like this, but a certain ministry has kept that order in abeyance. Huh? So the question is, what is India trying to achieve with respect to Manipur? What's the long-term plan? Are we going to make Manipur into Akhand Kukistan? And do we want the complete erasure of Indian civilization and culture from Manipur? And do we want the remaining Hindus in Manipur to be forced to convert to Christianity? It looks like we are pushing the state in that direction, aren't we? Unless there is some great master plan and master stroke coming somewhere down the line. Well, we have been waiting for master strokes for more than a decade now. So I don't know. It's what's happening in Manipur is absolute disaster. Sadly, disaster. Dheeraj Kamath says, Ashikur Rahman Tamim H7Z is provoking Hindus. You mean on this live chat? Ashikur Rahman. There's 1,000 live chats, which is why I want to be able to look into that. I can't see. That's the reason why I only do super chats now, because there's so many live chats. It's impossible to look into live chats and select a question and possibly. I'm trying to see where is this Ashikur Rahman person. I can't find this person. See, I will request all the viewers, all those of you who are on the live chat, please feel free to chat among each other, but let's be respectful. Let us be respectful, and I will not tolerate any disrespect of my culture and my country. I'm unable to find the person, unfortunately. Okay. So okay. So hopefully the moderator will look into this, but in the meanwhile, I'll continue with the Q&A. Pycraft Deepak Singh says, I am 17 years old, got into the University of Toronto, rank 10 for computer science by QS Global Ranking, outstanding. And Waterloo, also Canada, and Minnesota, 250. University UCSC, okay, US. Higher rank in Canada, lower in US. Choose by country or ranking. Need guidance. Major is computer science. I think if you look, if you are getting into any North American university, first of all, it's great. Now you have multiple offers, which is fantastic. Toronto is ranked 10 in the world for computer science. And Waterloo is also a good university. Minnesota is 250. Higher rank in Canada, lower in the US. Choose by country or ranking. You know what? In North America, it doesn't matter. It depends on your long-term objectives. If you just want to get a degree from a great university and return to India, then I would say go for the University of Toronto. If your objective is to get a degree from a great 10th rank university, the highest rank university you can achieve, you can get into, and then you want to return to India, then you should go into the University of Toronto. But if your objective is to, let's say, stay and work in the US, in that case, maybe Minnesota makes more sense because you're already getting into the US. I'm not sure exactly how it works. Okay, I'm not aware of the immigration procedures and all. If you plan to stay there for a long time, maybe immigrate, maybe get a green card, all that stuff, then perhaps it will be better to go into Minnesota if you prefer the US. If you want to become a Canadian resident or whatever, then Toronto or Waterloo makes sense. So it depends on what you're trying to achieve, what your long-term objectives are. From a purely academic perspective, clearly Toronto is the best university, right? So depending on what you want to achieve, you have to make long term what you want to achieve. You have to make that choice. From an academic perspective, Toronto seems to be the best. But from depending on whether you want to stay in the US long term, maybe Minnesota makes more sense. Because if you get a degree from Toronto, then you want to work in the US, then you have to go through a whole new process, which you don't have to go through if you're already in the US. So yeah, depending on those things. Yeah. All the best and good job. Good job. Do well. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, Durandar 2 views. I haven't seen it yet. Still haven't seen it yet. Maybe in a day or two I'll watch it. I certainly will watch it, but still it hasn't happened. Chirag Srinath says, 2 questions. One, how much did the Marshall Plan drive Europe's post-war reindustrialization? Can it be compared to China's BRI in the present day? Secondly, will the US or China lead post-war reconstruction efforts in Iran? Okay, that question 2 is interesting. Of course, we'll have to see about that. The Marshall Plan did drive Europe's post-war reindustrialization. See, after the Second World War, Western Europe was devastated. The UK was bombed to bits. France had been under Nazi occupation for several years. You had war raging across Western Europe. The Nazis had conquered Western Europe all the way to Normandy, essentially. And then they fought their way all the way back to Germany. So the whole of Western Europe was devastated. Eastern Europe was also devastated. And the Marshall Plan was about the US offering financial aid, not donations, but loans to these nations. It was loans, right? It was loans for reconstruction purposes. Marshall Plan, was it loans or aid? Let me just check. Was the Marshall Plan loans or donations? It was loans, of course. Donations, grants rather than loans. Oh, interesting. Okay. 85 to 90% of the 13 billion aid provided as gifts that did not need to be repaid. The remaining amount was in the form of low interest loans. Very interesting. Because the UK was in debt to the US as a consequence of the Second World War, and the US insisted that the UK repay them, right? And the UK was repaying the American debt until the first decade of the 21st century. Okay, but the Marshall Plan was grants, gifts. Most of it were gifts, and the rest was low interest loans. Obviously, that did drive a lot of the post-war reindustrialization in Europe. So that's one aspect of this whole matter that I haven't studied in great detail. Okay, I've studied the war for sure, the wars, the First and Second World Wars, but the Marshall Plan is, clearly I need to study that in more detail because it certainly is interesting. So it was a humanitarian effort, humanitarian thing that the Americans did. And of course, they were the major dominant power in Western Europe. They wanted to control Western Europe. They wanted to have their military bases all across Western Europe. They wanted to control the long-term future of Western Europe, which is why maybe this was, even though it was grants and donations, maybe it was a long-term investment that did pay off. And, because today, if you see Western Europe, it's controlled by the US. Its fate is in the hands of the US. Many of these nations are members of NATO, which means they are not sovereign. Their sovereignty, at least some of their military sovereignty, has been taken over by the US. And the rest of the nations are members of the EU. Once again, non-sovereign nations controlled by the US indirectly. And many nations are members of EU and NATO at the same time. So this Marshall Plan, these donations, they may look like gifts, etc., but they were actually a good investment by the US to create a strong, prosperous, economically prosperous Europe that they can control. So it clearly did drive a lot of Europe's post-war reindustrialization. Now, can it be compared to China's BRI in the present day? Not really. China's BRI is not about giving gifts to countries. China's BRI is about creating an infrastructure, big, large-scale, intercontinental, essentially, infrastructure that will make China the center of the world, or at least the center of Eurasia. And it will connect China to all the far-flung parts of Eurasia, including especially Western Europe, so that China can export things to these nations as easily as possible. So China's BRI is totally different, and you can't really compare that with the Marshall Plan. Now, will the US or China lead post-war reconstruction efforts in Iran? The US definitely won't lead post-war reconstruction efforts in Iran unless they take control of Iran. In that case, they may lead some reconstruction of efforts in Iran. So for the US to lead reconstruction efforts in Iran, the US has to win this war and achieve on-ground control on the ground in Iran, which means boots on the ground, which seems extremely, extremely unlikely to happen. So assuming the US can't control Iran with boots on the ground, I don't see the US leading any kind of post-war reconstruction efforts. Even if the US loses and is kicked out of the region, the US won't give reparations or damages or whatever to Iran. I don't see that happening. Only if they win and take complete control of Iran with boots on the ground will they try to show some magnanimity in that case. Will China lead post-war reconstruction efforts in Iran? It depends. Maybe China and Russia may certainly give some aid to Iran, at least. Yeah, they will certainly give some aid. And I think Chinese companies may get involved in the reconstruction efforts because it gives China some kind of more, it gives China a non-military boots on the ground in Iran. The Chinese will love to do that. So they will give aid to Iran, and they may even send workers, engineers, etc., to reconstruct roads, bridges, whatever in Iran. Yeah, you may see that for sure. Very interesting question. Very interesting. The Chinese will certainly love to do this in a post-war Iran. JRXNA says, do you think Trump is stupid or moronic? If yes, all evidence points to it. How did he become president twice? How did the system fail? Possible that some actor, reality TV star does the same for India? Very interesting question. I don't think Trump is stupid or moronic. I don't think he's stupid. He's actually reasonably intelligent person, and in some things he's really intelligent. He knows how to make money. Okay, he may not be brilliant in making money. He certainly nothing compared to someone like Elon Musk or Steve Jobs or whatever. He's a real estate guy, builder, developer, that sort of thing. But that field he understands well. He's very good at networking. He's very good at cutting deals and all. At least that's what he claims. So he's good at that. He's really good at that. But I don't think he's stupid. Okay. How did he become president twice? The first time he became president, because he was an outsider, and the people of the US were tired of all the same old people, coming to power all the time. Same families, whether it is Bush or the Clintons. You had Obama for 8 years. He spoke a lot, did nothing. So the people of the US wanted somebody different, and Trump was the right man for the right time. So that's how he became president. And he's a showman. He's great with the words and all that, right? He's flamboyant. He's outspoken. He's a showman. You could say he's charismatic. Yes. So he has all those attributes and qualities you need to have in a successful politician. What makes a politician successful? Not intelligence, not integrity. You need to be a showman, a showwoman, whatever. You need to be charismatic. You need to have a way with words. Because most people, they will fixate on a person's words. If that person speaks very well, then they will vote for the person. Especially if the person can reach out and tug at your heart and your emotions, and get your emotions going. Trump has all those attributes and qualities. And the system is designed to have to bring people like these into power, because the US president isn't really the person in power, right? The US president's job is to keep people's attention away from where the real power lies. The US president isn't the most powerful person in the country. Do you think Joe Biden was running the country? Right? So the system is designed to bring exactly this kind of person to power. A person who is flamboyant and attracts all the attention, is narcissistic and egotistical, that sort of thing. In India's system is even worse. It's very possible that some podcaster or some rapper or some reality TV star or some actor or actress or whatever could come to power in India. It's very possible. Maybe some TikToker or Instagram real person could come to power in the next 10, 15 years. It's very possible. Yeah. That's why democracy is not a good system for any country, especially if the person who's elected actually becomes the most powerful person. In the US, the system is the country is safe because there's a different power center in the country, and the president is not the most powerful person. Aries Manticore says, we will need the parliament now to remove that any cookie tribe clause. It's a farce, and are we even a serious country to have that kind of clause? WTF. Let me look into this. Any cookie tribe clause. Okay, cookie. What is that? Any cookie tribe, AKT, is a nomenclature in the scheduled tribes list of Manipur, introduced only in 2003, designed to include various cookie clans and subtribes under one umbrella for ST status. It is widely used for administrative convenience, but has become a major point of contention in Manipur's ethnic conflict. It's not an ethnic conflict. It's a conflict between Indians and foreigners. So this term was included to encompass, in 2003, who was ruling Manipur? My question is, I don't remember who it was, but so in 2021, again 23, some groups, including Thado, Inpi, Manipur, called for the removal of any cookie tribe from the ST list. They argued the term is vague and ambiguous, generic label rather than a distinct tribe, asserting that it could allow foreigners to claim indigenous ST privileges, which is already happening, of course, which is already happening. The Kuki people maintain that this is a constitutionally recognized ST status, and only Parliament under Article whatever has the authority to amend this list. Okay. Yeah. So what is the Parliament doing? We're gonna wait another 20 years until there's like 10 lakh more cookies in Manipur. What can I say? And the question is, how can a serious country like India have that kind of clause? You have no idea of the kind of laws you have in Manipur. You know about Article 370 in Kashmir, right? That non-Kashmiris can't purchase land in Kashmir. And that's been removed, right? In Manipur, there is a law, an act that was passed by the state legislative assembly or whatever, that prevents the indigenous Meitei people of Manipur to purchase any land outside of the small Imphal Valley. Let's take a look at the map of Manipur, okay? I can even dig out the actual name of that act. So let's go to the map. So if you go to Manipur, if you look at the size of Manipur, there is the small Imphal Valley region, and the Meitei people are only allowed to have land in this region. They can't purchase any land outside of that region in their own state. They are not allowed by law to purchase land outside. They can only lease land from in other parts of Manipur. So it's an apartheid policy against the indigenous people of Manipur. apartheid against the indigenous people in their own state, that they can't purchase land outside of a certain region in their own state. How does that make sense? Now let me try and find the name of this act or whatever it is. Give me a second. I'll have to dig through some stuff. Where can I find it? Okay. It's called the Manipur Hill Areas. Let me put this on the screen. Give me a second. So let's put this on the screen. It's called the Manipur Hill Areas District Council and District Council. What is it called? Manipur Hill Areas Land Revenue and Reforms Act. Okay, it's a different one. One second. Not this. Will the PDF open? So these PDFs aren't openable. Government of India sites don't open. I don't know why. So it's called the Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act 1960. Okay, and you can look into this yourself. It ensures that the people of Manipur, the indigenous Meitei people of Manipur, can't buy land outside of the small Imphal Valley region in their own state. It's the worst kind of apartheid that you can imagine in a supposedly democratic and free nation. So you have all these issues in India. And now we have this any cookie tribe clause. So the entire system is geared towards punishing the Meitei people for the war they fought against the British in 1891. They're still being punished for that. And if you're a foreigner, you are being rewarded for that. You get not only citizenship, you get ST status immediately. That's what you have in India. Ridiculous, really. Abhay Singh says, your stream has conditioned me to use the word vassal. I can't even achieve or GSM anyone without someone whispering the dark word in my ears. All right, I'm glad about that. I'm glad. Thank you. Missy Alien says, do you think a being from fourth or fifth dimension, etc., would be able to understand the universe better than they? Better, given that they can travel time and even different realities. Look, if multiple extra dimensions exist, then we are also part of that. Okay? Dimensions. What are dimensions? What are dimensions? Length, breadth, height. You see a room, you see a corner of a room, you will see three different things coming together, right? Three different lines coming together. Length, breadth, and height. These are the three spatial dimensions that we have in the universe. There is a fourth dimension called time. So we live in a four-dimensional universe. But there are theories of physics in which you have additional dimensions, which we can't somehow perceive for some reason. Maybe they are compactified or whatever. So in Kaluza-Klein theory, you have a five-dimensional universe. In various string theories, you have 10, 11, 26-dimensional universes. Bosonic string theory talks about 26 dimensions. Superstring theory is 10, 11, etc. Right? So these are simply dimensions. It doesn't mean that this is a separate universe where other people live. If the universe has, let's say, 11 dimensions, then we inhabit those 11 dimensions without knowing, without realizing that. Okay? And if you inhabit those dimensions, it doesn't mean you can travel through time. It doesn't mean that. I remember when I was a kid, I used to watch what? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It was a cartoon show. And there were some beings who would come from dimension X and dimension Z and all that. That's it's nice for cartoon shows and all. But in this universe, whatever dimensions exist, we all inhabit those dimensions. If there are extra dimensions, we are in those extra dimensions. They are around us even if we don't realize that. Okay, so if there is a fourth dimension is there, time. If there's a fifth dimension, we inhabit that fifth dimension without knowing it, right? And we certainly can't travel through time and experience different realities. So if you actually study physics and study string theory, you will see that it's not quite the case. Okay. Vivek Singh says, how much do you think Indian Rail can help in mobilizing our troops and missiles? Because government is focusing heavily on infrastructure boost on borders across fronts. I think the railways can play a great role in mobilizing troops, especially missiles, especially ICBMs and various kinds of ballistic missiles. You can have missiles launched from trains, from train compartments, or special launchers put on rails, on railway tracks. You can do that. Yes, and the Indian Railways can certainly be of great help in ferrying troops from place to place as and when required. So certainly the railways can be a major component of mobilizing troops and missiles, especially troops, of course, but missiles also, depending on what kind of missiles we want to. Of course, it's way easier to launch missiles and mobilize missiles and transport them on roads compared to railways, but railways are also a viable option. So they certainly can play a significant role. Okay. Bharat says, I meant please explore Iran-Pakistan relations, not Israel. What was the question? Iran-Pakistan relations. Okay, you asked me. Listen, when we discuss Iran, okay, you asked. I don't remember which question it was. I must have taken 50 by now, so I don't remember what it was. Iran-Pakistan relations, if you want me to explore, they are not very good relations. They are both Islamic countries, but Pakistan is a Sunni Islamic country. Iran is a Shia Islamic country. Not friendly. And Iran doesn't trust Pakistan because Pakistan is a US vassal, US puppet. Iran is a sovereign nation. The US and Iran are enemies. And that's why Iran doesn't trust Pakistan. In 2024 or thereabouts, Iran and Pakistan launched missiles at each other. There was a brief war, very limited conflict between Iran and Pakistan, and Iran accused Pakistan of sending terrorists into Iranian territory. So the relations aren't good. In the past, before the Islamic revolution, see, the Islamic revolution happened in 1979. Before that, Iran was ruled by the puppet Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who was an American puppet. At that time, Iran and Pakistan had good relations. In 1965, when India and Pakistan were at war, the Pakistanis took all their fighter planes and flew them into Iran so that India can't destroy them. So Iran gave Pakistani fighter planes refuge and shelter. Ajao. So they had good relations then. But after 1979, when there was an Islamic revolution in Iran and the regime of the Ayatollahs came to power, since then, Iran and Pakistan have been enemies and they still are. Ankita Kachap, good evening, ma'am. Ankita ji says, there's quite a divide of opinion among GP experts, geopolitics experts. Some say IRGC is a government system governed through Islamic law. It represents radical Islam, not democratic Iran, so needs to be taken out. What's my view on this? The IRGC is the core organ that or body that governs the country, Iran. And the IRGC has its own, you could say, military. Okay. So the IRGC is the actual system or organization that embodies the power and controls, that holds the power in Iran. And the power is decentralized. There is no one leader. We have a supreme leader of Iran, but if the Americans kill him, it makes no difference with the functioning of the IRGC, because they will put up a successor immediately or as and when they please. So in Iran, the IRGC is the actual government and the actual body that holds all the power in Iran. And it governs through Islamic law. It represents Shia Islam. It represents a tradition that has existed in Iran since the Safavid dynasty, 1500 AD onwards, last 500 years. Since the Safavid dynasty came to power in Iran, Iran has been Shia. Let me just double check, when did the Safavid dynasty come to power? I think it's around 1500 AD. Let's just quickly double check that. Safavid dynasty. Yeah, 1501. So I was almost 100% correct. So they ruled for about more than 200 years, and that's when Shia Islam becomes the dominant form of Islam in Iran. Today, about 95% of Iran is Shia. So the IRGC governs through Islamic law, Shia Islamic law, and that represents a tradition that's been there in Iran for about almost 500 years. And I am sure that the majority of the people of Iran do support this. See, we can see, because of social media and the Iranian diaspora, disagreement or opposition to the IRGC and Sharia law in Iran. There have been protests in various Iranian cities before the Americans and Israelis launched the war. The protests were against the government of Iran. These people wanted democracy, freedom, human rights, and all that stuff, right? The secularism in Iran. But that's only in the big cities. The big cities are where you have the Western educated, English-speaking people. But the vast majority of Iran's population is in the rural areas, where you don't have English-speaking people. And those people most likely support Sharia law and Shia Islam. They're more traditional. See, one of the reasons why the Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, became unpopular was that he outlawed the hijab and the chador and the burqa. Most people in Iran wanted that. So in the big cities, women went around wearing Western clothes, but in the rural parts of Iran, women remained traditionally dressed. So the question, the true question is, the question that actually matters is, what does the average Iranian person want? Not what does some critic or some journalist sitting in London want, right? If the average Iranian person wants Islamic law, Sharia law, Shia Islam, then let them have it. It's their choice, right? We should respect people's choices. So why is there a need to take out this government? If most Iranians are in support of the government, if 51% of Iran supports this government, in a democracy, that's a victory, right? So then let the people of Iran make their own choice, is my point. That's how I see it. I believe that we should respect every country's own traditions. Now, in Iran, Islam is the tradition now for the past, 1300 or so years, 1200, 1300 years. It is their religion now. Shia Islam is the religion for the past 400-500 years. Respect it. And if Iranians don't want it, they should do something about it instead of asking Uncle Sam to come and flatten Iran, right? So that's my view. I am of the view that if we genuinely respect humanity, if we genuinely respect every country as we are supposed to in a democratic world, then we should allow each country to determine its own future in the way it thinks best. It thinks is best. That's what I believe. Krishant Bordoloi says, have you watched Durandar yet? I'm watching it the second time. I haven't watched even once yet. Yeah. I most likely will watch it in the next 2-3 days. Okay, I look forward to that. Ankita Kachap says, how did Persia become Iran? So the name was changed in the first half of the 20th century. So in 1925 or thereabouts, the British appointed a puppet as the Shah of Iran. So until 1925 or thereabouts, you had the Qajar dynasty, Qajar, Qajar, Qajar dynasty that ruled Iran. Okay, and from 1800 or so onwards, Iran became slowly, progressively more and more influenced by the West, because the West was ruling the world at this time. Right? The European colonization was happening everywhere. So Iran also became, just like we were, in some way or the other, influenced and penetrated by the West. In the early 20th century, oil was discovered in southwest Iran. And Iran did not have the technological know-how to extract the oil. So the Qajar dynasty's ruling king or whatever he was, he gave a contract to an Englishman to bring his expertise into Iran and extract the oil and give Iran royalties for that. So that's how the Anglo-Persian Oil Company was founded, and they gave Iran 16% of the revenues. 16%, 1/6, and the rest they took. But eventually, the British, what they did was they did a coup in Iran, and they placed a puppet in power in Iran whose name was Reza Pahlavi. Reza Shah. And Reza Shah was a British puppet. He continued this and the whole thing that of giving the vast majority of Iran's oil wealth to the British. And Reza Shah was not a big fan of Islam. And he said that, the word Persia is an exonym. It's a name given to us by foreigners, which is not true. But he said it's an exonym. And so he changed the name of the country to Iran, the land of the Arya people. Okay, so he was a believer in the civilization of the country, in the Persian civilization, but he didn't like the name Persia. So he was all about Iran is a civilization, not just a nation. We have a rich 3,000-year history, and he especially gave emphasis to the pre-Islamic history of the country. And he renamed the country to Iran, the land of the Arya people. Yeah, so that's how Persia became Iran, sometime in the first half of the 20th century. So Reza Shah was in power from 1925 to 1941. In 1941, he was ousted by the British and the Russians, and his son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, was placed as the puppet leader of Iran. So it's before 1941 and after 1925 that the name was changed to Iran. Aniket says, Kratos Aryavartvasi, bro, at least this is not a question for me, is it? Watch the full statement. PM Modi said, for Indian Jews, Israel is the fatherland and India is motherland not for all Indians. Okay. JRXNA says, why doesn't India change its name to Bharat officially, just like Iran discarded the Western Persia name, or is it better to remain a bit anglicized? I am of the opinion India should rename itself officially completely to Bharat. Why not? Right? But as long as people speak English, some people like, even I do, I still use the word in India, right, when I speak English. So I think it's a habit that will slowly slip away over time. There was a time when Chennai was called Madras, but now most people call it Chennai. So it happens over time, right? So the word Madras was probably of British origin. I don't know what it means, but it's now Chennai, right? So I think India should change the name to Bharat officially. I agree. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, are we going to have a COVID-style lockdown in the future due to oil and gas shortage? Pakistan is already doing this. I hope it doesn't happen. I think as long as Iran allows oil tankers to reach India from Strait of Hormuz, we should be fine. And we can also keep buying oil from Russia. So I think we'll be fine. So we won't have oil shortages, hopefully. Most likely we won't have it, but gas could be a problem. So in the case of gas shortages, I think some vehicles like auto rickshaws, etc. may not work. So there could be some issues, but it won't be a full lockdown in India. It won't be a COVID-style lockdown. If this war continues, let's say 6 months, there could be some effects like that, but not a full COVID-like lockdown in India. There could be rationing, some measures like, flights become more expensive, so most people don't fly, and trains keep rolling, and the goods vehicles keep rolling, but maybe auto rickshaws go out of order or action. Something like that could happen. But the major problem is gas, not oil. And lots of restaurants and other establishments could at least temporarily shut down. Yeah. Krishant Bordola says parents are even bringing their kids to the movie. Well, good for them. Okay. Sashwat Ames says, can you tell in brief about Khmer Empire, history of Southeast Asia? That's a very long question, sir. The Khmer Empire, it was this empire based in Cambodia. Okay. And they were a Hindu empire. Later they became Buddhist. Just like the Champa Empire was Hindu, then became Buddhist. The Khmer were also Hindus and the Shaivites. And they had great kings who had Sanskrit names. And they built great temples like the Priya Vihar temple, like the Angkor Wat temple. The Angkor Wat temple is in Cambodia, right? Khmers. I think even Angkor Wat was built by the Khmers, most likely. Yes. So they built great temples, etc., and eventually they, like all empires, eventually they declined. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, "What is this Palantir Technologies and their links with the U.S. military, U.S.-Iran war links?" Palantir Technologies is a company that builds, high-end weapon systems, like drones and whatnot, all kinds of weapons. And cutting edge weapons that are AI enabled, etc. And one of the members of the PayPal mafia, I forget his name, one of Elon Musk's mentors, essentially, is the founder, Peter Thiel, isn't it? Peter Thiel. Let me just double check that. Palantir Technologies, founder. What happened? Let me do it again. Palantir Technologies founder. There we have it. It's Peter Thiel. Also Alex Karp, Joe, blah, 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 etc. Yeah. But this company now makes weapons, doesn't it? Palantir. It's a software company. So is Anduril the weapons company? Okay, interesting. Okay, so Palantir is a software company. What about Anduril? Anduril. Okay, Anduril is the defense company. It's the weapons company. Okay, it's the other way around. Palantir is the software. Anduril is the. Okay. Just like the Lord of the Rings, Palantir was that looking glass, spherical object, and you could see through it. And Anduril was the sword, the successor of Narsil. So Anduril is the weapons company, and Palantir is the software company. Okay, so it's all about military software and surveillance software and things like that. Pretty nasty stuff, I suppose. Shatabish says Rishi Khanad indeed mentioned Dvinuka and Trianuka paralleling what we know today as a molecule, including concepts of metaphysics with amazing clarity. Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but thank you for letting me know. Very interesting. Dvinuka and Trianuka. That's interesting. Very interesting. I'll look into that. Okay. That does indeed sound like molecules. If you have combinations of atoms, that obviously is a molecule. Very interesting. Ankita Kachap says, suppose Iran gets hold of the Strait of Hormuz, what will be the geopolitical repercussions, good or bad, for India? If Iran continues to control the Strait of Hormuz and the war ends that way, and this Gulf region can still produce oil, then it's perfectly fine for India. Because we have good relations with Iran. And Iran won't stop oil from coming to India. So in that case, it's fine for India. There's no issue. It's not bad for India. But if the war ends such that the entire region is devastated and can no longer produce oil, but Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, then it makes no difference to India because we can't get oil from the region. So it all depends on how this war ends. If the war ends such that the region still produces oil, then it's great for India. Even if Iran controls this region, who cares? We are on good terms with Iran. Even if they control the Strait of Hormuz, they won't stop us from importing oil from the region. So that will be fine for India. So whether Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz or doesn't control makes no difference to India. Whether the region can still produce oil or not is what makes all the difference. So that's the thing. Okay. JRXNA says, hydration reminder. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Also a suggestion. You should play Sid Meier's Civilization 7 on live stream because your strategic thinking can make you a world champ. Well, that's interesting. I've never played the game. I've seen screenshots of the game with various maps and things. Never played it. Okay, I'll look into it. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you. Aries Manticore says, my plan to solve the Manipur crisis. We strip ST status from the separatists, from the foreigners. We stop giving them money. We establish an Indian army base, not CRPF in Imphal. drown them in pragmatic subsidies, build economy, and deport illegals ASAP. Interesting. Um, a lot of it makes sense. I don't know about the subsidies. My plan would be, first of all, deport the illegals ASAP. That's the first thing that has to be done. Deport all illegals, even those who have acquired Indian documents, deport them all. Deport all foreigners from Manipur. Secondly, fence the border. Thirdly, put the armed forces, not BSF, CRPF, for 10 years, put the Indian army on the border. Not just in Manipur, also in Mizoram. Okay? And then give subsidies to the people of Manipur for all the losses they've incurred because of this war against them. And yeah, and if there are any other separatist elements in Manipur, non-Kuki separatist elements, deal with them too. No separatism should be tolerated, no matter what ethnicity it is, right? So that's what needs to be done, and stop the apartheid that certain ethnicities can't own land outside of the Imphal Valley. What sort of horrific apartheid is that? So the root cause of the Manipur crisis is the presence of foreigners in Manipur. Lakhs of them. Deport them all. There should be a cutoff. The cutoff should be 1891. Anybody whose ancestors settled in Manipur after 1891 should be deported. Simple. Is it unfair? So be it. Because those people have no allegiance to India, its culture. That's what I think should happen. Ansh Divu says, can you please explain the physics of Homi Baba 3-stage nuclear program? Look, I am not exactly, don't remember exactly what the 3 stages are. The last stage is thorium. So, how does it work? So you have multiple isotopes of uranium. Okay. Uranium 235, 230, 239, 238 is also there. And the nice one is 235. Nice as in the dangerous one. It can be used for nuclear weapons. It can be used for, obviously, nuclear power plants also. How does a nuclear power plant, nuclear reactor work? You have uranium, which gives off heat, and that heat boils water, produces steam, and generates, drives a steam engine that generates electricity. That's how it works. So we don't have we have very little uranium, I think. We have tremendous amounts of thorium. But for the thorium to power nuclear reactors, we need certain isotopes of uranium. I don't remember which one. So in the first phase, you use uranium. The second phase, you what is it? You do some breeding, right? Breeder reactors that breed a different isotope, either plutonium or uranium. And in the third phase, you use that isotope that you've bred large quantities of to then do the thorium reactions. And then you can have as much thorium power as you want. That's kind of what it is like. I don't remember exactly what the specifics and details are. But if you want, I can make a video about that. So, yeah. Right. So right now, where are we? The main question is, where is India right now? Are we in stage 1? Are we in stage 2? Are we in stage 3? We want to be in stage 3. We want to have 100 reactors all generating electricity, power, energy using thorium. But stage 3 is the end goal. Stage 3 means we are there, we have come. But where are we right now? We are somewhere between stage 1 and stage 2. We have been very lazy in this matter. There are some experts who will say we are almost at stage 3. Those experts have no idea what they're talking about. Okay? We are somewhere at the beginning of stage 2. And that's a problem. Very slow, very lazy, very unambitious thus far. Despite being the nation with the largest thorium reserves, we are not even close to stage 3. So that's where we are. Okay? Minimalist Maverick says new conversion strategy by showing Jesus as Indian. I think it's an old conversion strategy. And if you want these strategies to fail, you have to educate the people of India. But the education system is garbage. It's rotten. It doesn't give you the tools to understand what these strategies are. Yeah. Okay. Harsh Patel says, my model extracted core pattern of your thinking. First principles reasoning, avoiding dogma, developing your own mental models, and using writing to structure thoughts to thought. That actually is uh, how I think, kind of. Yeah. First principles reasoning, yes. I think if you have your model go through all the transcripts, that's like, I don't know, hundreds, maybe more than a couple of thousand hours of me speaking. I think you will find everything you need to know about how I think, right? Yeah. So yeah, certainly first principles thinking is what I am what I emphasize. Avoiding dogma, very much so, yes. Developing your own mental models, yes. I don't know what my mental models are called, but I have my own mental models that I've developed over years. And using writing to structure thought, very much so, yes. If you write, then you structure your thoughts better. Your thoughts crystallize much better, and you can dig much deeper into your thoughts if you write. If you just think, you can't go very deep. So please do post your answer in comments. That'll be very interesting. Very interesting. Maybe I should make a system like this of my own. All right. Echo says, any change in your power index after the war? USA doomed. I haven't recalculated the scores yet. I think now it's the time for me to start that process. It will take a few days. Recalculate all the scores. I think the rankings, the scores will change. I'm not sure the rankings of the top 5, top 10 may change too much, but the scores will change. The hard power scores will change for sure. Is the US doomed? It's not doomed. It's not doomed. But definitely there's going to be changes in the scores. Aries Manticore says the Manipur crisis is already a conflict economy. It's going to keep ramping up. We are sleepwalking into this. Don't be surprised if cookie terrorists suddenly emerge and cause havoc across India. I hope it doesn't come to that. But understand that these people have no allegiance to India. They don't even have any allegiance to Burma. It's a conflict economy. What drives their economy? It's obviously illegal if you plant poppies. Poppies are the plant that produce opium that can be turned into heroin and other horrible drugs. So these people, what they do is the hills of Manipur are beautiful green hills. But if you fly over Manipur today, if you're landing in Imphal or whatever, you will see that the hills are all brown now. And there's smoke everywhere. These infiltrators, these squatters on Indian territory, they're destroying all the forests of Manipur, including sacred forests. They're burning everything. The AQI, air quality in Manipur, must be like Delhi now, I suppose, or close to that. And they are planting poppies all over the place. Poppy plantations. And that you can sell to drug lords across the border in the Golden Triangle, and you can make huge amounts of money that you can use to buy arms, weapons, ammunition, and do all kinds of illegal activities. And I'm not sure why the government of India is tolerating this. What are we getting out of it? I just don't get it. Soldier Boy says, where do you see India in the next 10 years, considering the US loses this war and we are on the point of no return by civilizational perspective? What gives you hope? Where do I see India in the next 10 years if the US loses this war? If the US loses this war, they're going to have to move out of West Asia. They will not be able to reopen their military bases in the region. Iran will become the regional hegemon. Israel will probably still exist, but it won't be that powerful. It won't be able to bully Iran anymore. And if the oil economy is not destroyed, then most likely these nations will sell oil not in US dollars, but in some other currency, maybe Chinese yuan or whatever. So if that happens, then India will have more leverage vis-a-vis the US. But leverage for what? For less tariffs and all? India will need to militarize over the next 10 years. Yeah. India will have to will have to reform itself. Will it happen? I think it's unlikely that we do too large of a change in India, unless something drastic happens to India. So I think India will keep on growing at that, say, 6, 7, 8% growth rate. That is, of course, all contingent on whether we have enough oil and gas. So I think it's going to be challenging for India next 10 years. And that obviously is the long-term goal of the US, to not allow India to grow quickly, to retard India's growth. So they will achieve it, even if they lose this war, especially when it comes to cooking gas and all that. So I think the situation is going to be difficult for India next 10 years now. Yeah. That optimistic scenario that we had, that India will keep growing at A7, A6, 6, 7, 8% per year for the next 20 years. That seems a little unlikely right now. So maybe the situation stabilizes in 5 years by 2030, but who knows how things will go. So I think it's going to be a challenging time now for India. Uh, from a civilizational perspective, are we at a point of no return? Not yet. I don't think so. Not yet. But the way things keep going, I think we may be at a point of no return by 2050, which means that, just too many conversions have happened in India, and the people are too deracinated, and we just give up on our culture. That could happen. Minimalist Maverick says, if RAW can infiltrate Pakistan like shown in Durandar, why not use RAW agents like Jamil Jamali to infiltrate Indian politics and destroy corruption? Because we don't want to destroy corruption. Maybe the objective is to not ever destroy corruption. Maybe. I don't know. I can't say. If we can do it in Pakistan, we can also do it in India, but it's not being done in India. So maybe the objective is to not do that. Okay. Pratham Soni says, is US standard increasing or lowering? Same question for India. Are India's, first of all, answer for India, are India's standards, is India increasing its standards? Is India raising its standards? No, India's standards are where they are. Not too much of change happening. Is the US raising its standards or decreasing or lowering its standards? Well, if you lose a war to Iran, you are lowering your standards, I suppose. Yeah. So the US standards also seem to be lowering, but they are still way higher than India's. JRXNA says, making shorts on decoding ancient Indian Hindu paintings have 70,000 views. Started in January 2026. Shout out, please. A shared view would be nice. A shared view. How do I do a shared view? I'm not sure how to do a shared view, but I'm glad that you're doing this. And here's a shout out to you, JRXNA. I suppose that's the URL of your channel, right? youtube.com/JRXNA. So yeah, I'll go and check it out, and I will recommend to all viewers, please go and check out the channel of JRXNA. All right, good job, keep going. Aman Singh says, I like to watch your live stream. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Aman Singh. Jagannath Vignesh says, your motto is great. Keep raising your standards. Hydration Jack, thank you. Reading the book Delimitation, must check it with Census 27 coming. Hydration check, thank you. It's almost 4 hours. Good God. Okay. Reading the book Delimitation, must check with Census 27 coming. It's been some time since actually seeing the live stream live. Well, thank you so much for being on this live stream. Thank you for reminding me to have some water. My motto is great, yes, and I need to apply it to myself as well. Reading the book Delimitation by Dr. C.K. Raj. What am I saying? By Professor Gautam Desi Raju, right? Yes. It's a great suggestion, having 75 states instead of whatever we have now. It makes a lot more sense. So I agree completely with his views and what he has written in the book. I completely agree with that. And yeah, now we hear that the census is happening. Census 27. So let's see if the government takes his recommendations seriously or not. I hope so. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, what's the difference? What is time? Difference between space and time. What is time? I don't know. No physicist knows what time actually is. We treat time differently in different theories of physics. In quantum mechanics, we treat time as an external classical parameter. We have no idea how time emerges in quantum mechanics. When it comes to general relativity, we treat time as a dimension, as a coordinate. Once again, we don't know where it emerges from. The difference between time and space. Space is... How do I explain the difference between time and space? Time is something we perceive vaguely. Space is something that is concrete. We can actually measure it. Time, it's measured in ticking of seconds and all that, right? So time is much more vague for us. We vaguely perceive the passage of time. I don't even know if dogs, cats, peacocks, turtles, etc., they even understand that time is passing. Do they sense the passage of time? I'm not sure. And what is time? It's the biggest mystery in physics. We don't know what time is. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know whether it's something that's inherent to this universe, or whether it's something that comes from outside the universe. We don't know what it is. So it's a big mystery in physics. But that's a great question to ask. And yeah, more physicists need to look into these fundamental questions. Aries Manticore says we should have leveraged our large population and started biogas plants at least 2 decades ago. I completely agree with you. The technology is here, and the population is there. When will we start creating timely backups? Why are we slow? I don't know. Why don't we have strategic reserves of oil that are much larger than 25 days? Why not 100 days? Why not 365 days? This also could have been started a decade ago, 2 decades ago. We have a 1.4 billion population. If we have biogas plants everywhere, and when we use all the waste products of all our population, then we will be self-sufficient in terms of uh, cooking gas, industrial gas, completely self-sufficient. Why haven't we done this? Why didn't we do this two decades ago? I just don't get it, really. I don't get it. Okay. Abir Shukla says, General Narayan answered your statement, will India go blind if Operation Sindoor 2 takes place? When he said there are 7-8 LEO satellites, he did not say that Navik was operational. Okay. The discussion is about Navik. The discussion is about Navik. What is the difference between a Navik satellite, my dear friends? Please, let's unpack this. What is the difference between a Navik satellite and a low Earth orbit satellite? What's the difference? A Navik satellite is a satellite that gives you positioning data on the planet, on the surface of the planet. So that satellite, a Navik satellite, has to be in a geostationary orbit. A geostationary orbit is roughly 36,000 kilometers from the surface of the planet. 36,000 kilometers. A LEO satellite is about between 150 to 500 kilometers above the surface. Maybe 700 kilometers maximum. Typically 150, 200, 300 kilometers above the surface. That's a LEO satellite. Do you understand the difference between 36,000 kilometers and 500 kilometers? Do you understand the difference? And your LEO satellites can't give you positioning data. So if you are using GPS and you want your missile to strike exactly at so-and-so coordinates, your LEO satellites can't help you with that. Your LEO satellites can't give you positioning data. Only the Navik satellites can. But the Navik satellites the Navik constellation is now inoperational. Which means even if you have LEO satellites, your missiles are now blind. Do you understand? Your missiles are now blind. If you have a tank column going into, let's say, enemy territory, and they need to know exactly where they are, then they are not getting LEO data in real time. Right? They don't get LEO data in real time. So how will they know exactly what the coordinates are? So you see, LEO is not an excuse. You have 7, 8, 9 LEO satellites. It makes no difference if your Navik is not operational. Okay? It makes no difference whatsoever. So India will indeed go blind will indeed be blind if Operation Sindoor takes place, in the sense that we will not get real-time, on-demand satellite positioning data if the Americans switch off GPS. It won't work. China won't give us their Baidu. We may have to rely on Russia's GLONASS possibly, if Russia shares that with us. My question is, why do we have to rely on others? We should have had a Navik constellation that was fully operational. Why did we let it slip away over 10 years? So your 7, 8 LEO satellites will make no difference to your positioning requirements. In the absence of GPS, your 7, 8 LEOs will do nothing. They will see what is a LEO satellite. It's a low Earth orbit satellite close to the surface of the Earth. but above the atmosphere. So it's essentially a military spy satellite. It can take detailed photographs, zoomed in photographs, maybe even give you a live video feed possibly of things on the surface. And depending on what band it's operating in, it can even peer through clouds. But it can't give you positioning data. And position, why does the US then have GPS if LEO satellites will do everything for you? Why has China invested in a global GPS constellation, a Baidu constellation, if LEO satellites will do everything for you? Every self-respecting nation operates LEO satellites, spy satellites, and positioning satellites at geostationary orbits, because they play different roles and both are required. If America's GPS satellites are destroyed, their LEO satellites won't make a difference in their GPS requirements. Do you understand this fundamental thing? Do you understand? So LEO satellites will not make up for the shortfall that comes out of our Navik constellation becoming no longer operational. All right, that is the correct answer. And look, I did not want to argue with the general. He's a much older gentleman. He's a distinguished gentleman. He has served in the armed forces. I have not. So I thought I should not argue with him and contradict him. So I stayed quiet. But it doesn't mean that what you are saying is correct. Pradeep Kumar Roy is a new member. Thank you very much, Pradeep Kumar Roy. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. And welcome back to the channel's membership. Aryan Gorti says, thank you for the answer and perspective. Appreciate it. Also appreciate the honest insight and analysis, breath of fresh air from US. From the US. Okay, you are based in the US. Okay. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. I really appreciate you being on this live stream and being a subscriber and asking great questions. Thank you so much. Vision says, your thoughts on how the US rescued their pilot and gunman versus the way India rescued Abhinandan, just speculation, not bias. Look, the Americans are claiming they've rescued their guys. I don't know if they've actually done it, but let's assume they've actually successfully done it. So how did the Americans rescue their guy? They sent a bunch of planes in aircraft, which landed in Iran somewhere, and then they were able to extricate the guy. And they lost a bunch of aircraft in the process. Let's see what kind of aircraft they lost in the process, okay, in just one operation. So the Americans lost, confirmed losses, 1 F-15 Strike Eagle, 2 HH-60 helicopters damaged. Strike Eagle is destroyed. 1 MH-6 Little Bird helicopter destroyed. 1 A-10 Thunderbolt aircraft destroyed. 2 C-130 Hercules aircraft destroyed, and about 2 MQ-9 Reaper drones destroyed. And there's more damage as well. So the Americans, to save one guy, were willing to, have all this equipment destroyed. So the Americans are sending a message to the world that we value our military personnel and we will do whatever it takes to bring them back. We may not value our citizens, who may be homeless, some of them at least. We may not value the people who are addicted to fentanyl. We don't care about that. But if our guy is fighting in another country, we're going to do our best to bring him back. That's the message they are sending to the world. I think that's a good message to send to the world. Yeah. Essentially, what they're telling the world is that our people are more valuable than your people. An American citizen's life is more valuable than an Iranian citizen's life or a citizen of any other country. That's what they're telling the world. So I think if what they're claiming is true, then great job. You did a great job rescuing your guy. How did India rescue Abhinandan? We rescued Abhinandan by arm twisting the Pakistanis. I think what we said to the Pakistanis is that if you don't send Abhinandan back by so-and-so date, so-and-so time, then we're going to flatten you with our BrahMos missiles and other missiles. And the Pakistanis knew that India was not bluffing, so they sent Abhinandan back. So it's a very different way of getting a guy back. And that's also a great thing to do. Okay. Monster Visualization says Ahimsa Paramo Dharma appears 5 times in the Mahabharata. Can we analyze each of the slokas now to understand what it really says in each of those five slokas, it will clear a lot of of our doubts. I don't know where to find the Mahabharata full text and find the exact position in the Mahabharata, so I won't be able to do it now in real time right now. Okay, analysis of each of the shlokas and all that. It's not possible in a live stream like this unless the purpose of the live stream is to do that. This is a general live stream, mostly based on the Iran war, of the war against Iran. So we will not do that. But my point is very simple. Ahimsa Paramo Dharma appears in the Mahabharata 5 times. But what is the Mahabharata about? The Mahabharata is about war. Okay? Lord Krishna, Sri Krishna tried his best to have a diplomatic settlement. He negotiated with the Kauravas on behalf of the Pandavas. He tried his best. He gave diplomacy a lot of chances. Right? He said, just give us 5 villages. You keep the rest of the kingdom, of the empire. Just give us the Pandavas 5 villages, 5 brothers, and that will be enough for them. The Kauravas were unwilling to do even that. So eventually, Lord Sri Krishna said, okay, that's it. Enough with diplomacy. Kill them all. And then Arjun has his doubts. So Sri Krishna says, do not doubt yourself. Your job is to be a warrior. Be a warrior. I know they're your cousins, they're your elders, they're your family members, they're your blood relatives, but they are on the side of adharma. So destroy them all. So if you want dharma to prevail, you have to destroy adharma violently if required. And that is the message of the Mahabharata. To have dharma, to establish the rule of dharma, you have to violently destroy adharma. That's the message of the Mahabharata. I think that's enough of doubt clearing for me. Ishan Bakreja says, Ishan K. Bareja says, if Trump loses the midterm due to Iran war, can we call it indirect regime change in the US? Since it's due to external factors, just curious. See, if Trump loses the midterms, what happens is that his party, the Republicans, will lose the majority in the House. That's what happens. It doesn't mean that Trump goes out of power. Trump will still be the American president. But it will become much more difficult for him to pass legislation. He will still be US president. He will still decide what happens. He can still launch new wars if he wants. Nobody can stop him from doing that. So it won't be a regime change as such. It will be a change in the composition of the US House and possibly Senate. Yeah. But not in the presidency. The president won't go out of power. So it won't really be a regime change. Okay. Mr. Rohit says, why can't India build jet engine technology? Can't they reverse engineer? I think we should reverse engineer the hell out of everything. Get a few Rafales, open them up, take out their jet engine, disassemble every component, put them under scanning electron microscopes if required. Figure it out. The French anyway are unwilling to share source code and whatnot with us. So take one Rafale, keep one Rafale as a guinea pig, take out the engine, reverse engineer the hell out of it, and then take a General Electric engine, right? The Americans are selling. We have paid for a bunch of those, but they are not selling them. I mean, they're not shipping them to India at the rate that we are supposed to receive them. But take one of those engines, disassemble it, put that under electron microscopes to see the metallurgy of the turbine blades. So that's how the Chinese did their thing, right? They acquired a bunch of Russian Sukhoi 27s, I think. They took out the Saturn engines and they reverse engineered the thing. And still, it took them a couple of decades to make their jet engine work, the Chinese jet engine. So India should also do the same thing. I agree. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, cryptocurrency future, do you invest in it? Do I invest in cryptocurrency? I've put about $100 worth into crypto just to see how it works. No, so I don't invest in it. And that too I did a bunch of years ago, just as an experiment. What does it look like? What do you do with it? That sort of thing. So I don't invest in cryptocurrency future. I don't know. I think it could all turn out to be a big fat bubble that just pops into nothingness. Possibly. Dheeraj Kamath says they keep traveling back and forth. Who does? Who is it? Where? I don't know. I don't know. Is it related to some other question that you asked in the past earlier today? I don't know. I don't remember because it's been 4 hours and 9 minutes, and I no longer remembered what questions I answered. So I'm not sure what you're referring to. Unfortunately, 24 Bharat says if Russia fought the US directly, who would win? Who would win is the nation. Look, if it's a conventional war, the nation that wins, it's going to be. How does Russia fight the US directly? It can't be fought. It can only happen if it's a proxy war like Ukraine, which becomes a direct confrontation. Because otherwise, you will need a Russian invasion of the US or a US invasion of Russia. In that case, the two nations can fight, or they can fight on some third nation's territory. If it's on a third nation's territory, who would win? It depends on who is able to bring how much force in that country or the geography, and it will depend on who has more drones and missiles. I think Russia could have the upper hand in this case. Yeah, possibly Russia. And if it's a non-conventional war, we all lose. Everybody loses because yeah. So it depends on a lot of factors. It depends on what kind of war it is. Where is it happening? Is it happening on either of these two nations' territories? Is it happening somewhere else? If it is happening somewhere else, where is it? Who has how much force position there? It depends on so many factors. So, yeah. Rich Blaze says, any information on pre-partition Sindhi and Punjabi migrants? Was the partition fair if they contributed more to the economic ecosystem while minority? I have no understanding of this aspect of Indian history. I don't know anything about pre-partition Punjabi Sindhi migrants. I just know that they suffered a lot. That we know, and they started entirely new lives in India, and many of them did a great job of it. So great job, kudos. Was the partition fair? Of course, the partition was not fair. The partition was not fair, and it was illegitimate. It was illegal. It was undemocratic. I don't recognize Pakistan as a legitimate country. I have nothing against the people of Pakistan, nothing whatsoever. They are also victims, but Pakistan is an illegitimate country. It's the land of our ancestors. All of us, all of us have some ancestors who were from that region. How can it just given up? So the partition was not fair, and it has to be reversed at the right time, not immediately, but eventually. Okay, WYBKT says many say attacks on Russian refineries are directed by the CIA. Well, it's a big possibility. It's a significant possibility, right? Pradeep Kumar Roy says, why do you sound so logical and others don't? Okay. I don't know. I am just who I am. I'm just what I am. Are you brainwashing us? I am not trying to brainwash you or anything. I'm simply answering your questions based on what I understand of the world. That's all I'm doing. Okay, someone asked this question to Professor Jiang. Oh, okay. You're asking this. Okay. You're not asking this to me. Someone asked this question to Professor Jiang, the Chinese gentleman. Why do you sound so logical and others don't? Are you brainwashing us? And Professor Jiang responded by further brainwashing. All right. Good to know that. Okay. Jagannath Vignesh says, I asked AI about the efficiency of biogas, cow dung plus wet waste versus LPG, and it said that biogas is less efficient. So, is there a way to refine where its efficiency goes up? Also, give your POV on fast breeder nuclear reactors. I don't know what the truth is. Okay, I'm not a chemical engineer. I'm not aware of the. See, generally, this gas is methane, right? I think it's methane. Methane, and what's the specific impulse? I don't know what the specific impulse of methane is. Obviously, specific impulse. They're talking about rocket engineering, all. So I'm not sure which gas is how much efficient which gas is. Is there a way to refine it and make its efficiency go up? I'm sure there are ways and means of doing it. But if it is even reasonably efficient, I'm sure it can power a lot of the cooking requirements, the other requirements that you have in India. And so I'm sure you can use biogas for all cooking purposes across India. and use LPG, LNG, whatever, for industrial applications, commercial applications, right? You can do that. So I'm sure that works, and I'm sure there are ways of making it more efficient also. I don't know the details, but I'm sure there is. My point of view on fast breeder nuclear reactors. Fast breeder reactors are reactors that use one type of uranium isotope to breed plutonium, I think, or other isotopes, right? Nuclear engineering. So, reactor is a machine in which something reacts, and that is typically the fissile material. That is typically a uranium isotope in most reactors. And some reactors, they breed plutonium. Plutonium is an element that is not found on Earth naturally. It doesn't occur on our planet, but we can breed it using fast breeder reactors. So I think that's what fast breeder reactors are used for. And plutonium is a much better uh, fissile material for nuclear weapons than uranium, because you need less plutonium to have a nuclear explosion, right? McLevin is a new member. Thank you very much, McLevin. Thank you very much, and welcome back to the channel's membership. Really appreciate that. Kishan Patel, thank you very much, Kishan Patel. Scotch 22 says, what are the key areas India must focus on to not be bullied even by the US? Anything an individual can do. I understand on global scale, our country leadership plays key role than an individual. Anything an individual can do. As individuals, all we can do is raise our standards, and that raises the standards overall of the country. Now, what are the key areas India must focus on to be not bullied by even the US? First of all, India needs to have ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles that can reach anywhere in the world, any place in the world. That's one thing India needs to have. Secondly, India needs to have a tremendous number of conventional, of ballistic and other missiles for conventional use, not necessarily nuclear delivery. Not necessarily for nuclear delivery, for conventional weapons delivery, conventional payloads. So India needs to have a tremendous number, maybe a few 100,000 possibly. India should possibly have a few 100,000. Is it too much? No number is too much. At least 100,000 missiles of various kinds. Probably a few 100,000 missiles of various kinds. And India needs to have millions of drones of various ranges and various capabilities. Military drones. India needs to invest in submarines, at least minimum 50 submarines, and a much more augmented navy. So I'm saying India needs to militarize in the 21st century manner. Yeah, India should really very quickly develop sovereign AI systems, sovereign AI, and not just chatbots, but thinking systems, reasoning systems, audio-visual systems, and much more. And India should re-enter the space race. We have fallen asleep. And India should develop a global constellation of geostationary satellites for an extended IRNS system. Indian version of the GPS. All these things need to happen. Okay, all these things need to happen over the next 5-10 years. And it's certainly possible to do it. And I'm sure there's more that and India needs to reform itself. Have I mentioned the education system today? No, I have not. India needs to reform its education system from top to bottom. Yeah, in order to decolonize properly. Okay. Kathan explains, says, hey, see, wanted to do a podcast with you. Please check your DMs on Instagram. We go with convo with Kathan. There are lots of geopolitical developments. Okay, it will depend on various things. Like, first of all, where are you based? If you are based in a place that's outside of where I'm based, then it will be difficult for us to do it. And so, but I'll check your DMs and I'll check it out. All right. I will check it out. Soon. It's already very late in India here, so not tonight, but tomorrow I'll check it out. All right. Thank you. 24 Bharat says both both Democrats and Republicans in the US are similar or the same on foreign and economic policy. Both serve the deep state, not the common man. One side is ultra woke, one is ultra racist. Well, that's a pretty. I think it's not an inaccurate way of explaining the political landscape in the US. Both of the deep state. Completely true. Both have very similar foreign policy. Both have a very similar military policy. Both have very similar economic policies. But ideologically, they are different, right? They are different in the policies they may implement or not domestically, perhaps in some less important areas, right? And one is ultra woke, the Democrats, of course, and the Republicans, I could say, are significantly racist. So yes, I would agree with you overall. Yes. Known Jack says two factions in the deep state. Question mark. Old money bankers want to keep the current debt system alive, while tech elites push for a controlled reset. The tech elites are not quite part of the deep state, but they aspire to become part of the deep state. So they are trying to demonstrate the value of tech, especially new tech, AI, robotics, etc., to the deep state. And the deep state is sitting and watching. Interesting, good, 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 good. We certainly need the technology, but do we need to make these people part of the deep state or not? That's what's happening. So it's not two factions in the deep state. There's only one deep state. There's only one deep state. And all these tech bros and all, they're auditioning for the deep state. They would like to become part of that. Okay? Okay. Vijay Singhwal says, India was buying Russian oil even after the US told we didn't stop buying Russian oil, but all of a sudden we reduced the Russian oil. Can you guess how the US might have arm twisted India? See, arm twisting happens behind closed doors. It doesn't happen in public. So I wonder how the US might have arm twisted India. They must have threatened India with all kinds of consequences. They must have threatened India that we will impose huge tariffs on you and deny you access to our economy, and we will no longer deliver any jet engines to you. We may even impose sanctions on you. We may cut you off from the SWIFT system, which means your economy crashes. There's all kinds of threats they can, make towards India, and threats that they can genuinely execute, operationalize. So there's all kinds of threats they could have used to arm twist India. And yet India did not completely stop buying Russian oil. We reduced our consumption of Russian oil for sure. We didn't completely stop buying Russian oil. We bought Russian oil. We've been buying Russian oil since 2022, right? In large quantities. We were buying earlier, but after 22, we really, really ramped up our import of Russian oil. So that still continues. And now we are, I think, once again increasing our intake of Russian oil. Okay, Jagannath Vignesh says, what might be the future fuel source for the military in the military vehicles and rockets? Any new energy source will be found? Question mark. And will there be nukes without radiation? You can't have nukes without radiation. You can't have nuclear weapons without radiation. Okay, that's number one. Future fuel source in military vehicles and rockets. Well, when it comes to rockets, we currently use chemical rockets. Okay, you can have nuclear powered rockets, but there'll be radiation if you use nuclear rockets. What is a nuclear rocket? It's a gigantic rocket that is powered by nuclear detonations, nuclear explosions. That can work. Yes, it can work. So that will have a much better specific impulse than your chemical fuels, right? Then you have ion drives, but those, they work in space, not on Earth, as far as I know, right? In the future fuel sources for military vehicles and rockets, well, you can have electric vehicles, but I'm not sure if electric vehicles can give you the kind of power and acceleration and pickup that your conventional fuel vehicles can give you. But eventually we'll get there. So most likely military vehicles, electric vehicles, they'll run on electricity instead of fossil fuels, possibly, right? Apart from that, I can't think of any other fuels. Can't think of any. In science fiction, antimatter is a good fuel, but for that you have to produce large quantities of antimatter or decent quantities of antimatter, which is still science fiction right now. Any new energy source will be found. Very hard to see that happening. The world is now pivoting towards green energy, but in the military domain, it's still all fossil fuels. So only proven technologies are used in the military. Speculative technologies and new emerging nascent developing technologies are not are not utilized in the military, only proven technologies. I don't know if any new energy source will be found. Antimatter is one promising thing, which is in science fiction, but for that, hey, it's still going to take decades, if not years. Nuclear fusion could be could become a viable fuel source in the next 20, 30 years, possibly. Yeah, okay. Afterburn says recently, Chicago nuclear startup CCTE announced thorium based fuel for reactors. A thorium based fuel for reactors. People involved include India's former NSA, former chairman of India's Atomic Energy Commission. What do I think of this? I think the government of India needs to get its act together and not allow these things to happen. A former chairman of India's AEC, a person whose pen drive led to the hack of certain critical establishments in India. This is, yeah, I've heard about this. This is incredible. India's former NSA, I don't know about that, but the former chairman of India's AEC, Atomic Energy Commission, is now involved in an American startup for thorium based fuel for reactors. This most likely is Indian technology. India doesn't seem to be a serious nation at this point, does it? When things like these keep happening. What can I say? It's very disappointing and infuriating. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, your views about the book Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. I haven't read it. Don't know. Sorry. Anuj Art says, is it safe to move to the UK getting a big opportunity? I'm sure it's pretty safe. Lots of Pakistani origin people there, but in the UK, it's still pretty safe. As long as, well, more or less still safe in the UK. But in the long term, the UK will become Londonistan. Okay, and if you have daughters, please be very careful about your daughters, because you have grooming gangs all over the UK. Okay, so I'm just telling you honestly what my opinion is. Overall, it's safe. But you have to be careful. Okay, all the best. Rohan Sharma says, is the Sasan surname in J&K related to the Sasanian Empire? Those people migrated east after Arab and Mongol conquests. Bahi records trace 15 generations. I am not aware about this. I don't know about the history of the Sasan surname in the history as such of this Sasanians post their migrations. I know that Sasanians migrated into India. There have been Indo-Sasanian dynasties in Western India. There have been Indo-Sasanian dynasties in Western India. And though they migrated east, not after the Mongol conquest, but after the Arab conquest. Okay? The Mongol conquest came much later. There was no Sasanian dynasty left when the Mongol conquest happened. There was a Turkic dynasty there, the Khwarezm Empire, in the 1300s. 13th century. So I don't know about the history of the Sasan surname. I have absolutely no idea. I don't even know that it existed. But interesting that they have there's a surname like this in J&K. Could potentially be connected to the Sasanians, but I don't know. Okay, Dev says, read Trump's recent Truth Social. What a language! Really, there's something he said. Do you mean this one? Do you mean this tweet of this post of his? Tuesday will be power plant day, and bridge day all wrapped up in one in Iran. There'll be nothing like it. Open the effing straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. It sounds unhinged, doesn't it? The President of the United States sounds unhinged. But that's just him being himself. Yeah. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, somebody, Girija Prasanna Chotarai says, your views about BSF deploying snakes and crocodiles in India-Bangladesh border. So it's not happened yet. It is under consideration. I believe it's the respected Home Minister, I think, who has perhaps made this suggestion, this recommendation. I think a feasibility study is being done of this, of deploying snakes and crocodiles in the Indo-Bangladesh border. I would say just try it out. Just try it out. The question is, how many crocodiles can you deploy in the region? And at what stage does a crocodile no longer feel hungry? And if you have a crocodile sitting there who is no longer hungry, who can't eat anymore, then what do you do about that situation? So there are these logistical problems will have to be looked into. And then when it comes to snakes, what kind of snake? Pythons? Pythons can eat one or two meals at a time. Then python goes to sleep for a month, right? So it can't be a python. Can be cobras, sure. But the cobras and crocodiles should not come into conflict. Of course, cobras and crocodiles don't come into conflict. So we'll have to look into the logistics of this matter, but it's an interesting it's an interesting concept for sure. Deepak Dating Coach says, why many Hindu far right bow down to Western Goras, Trump, MAGA, cheer for the US? They're not aware that the US majority far right see us brown Indians as second class. I wish we inherited from our ancestors that we brown people are superior. So the problem in India is that in most Indians, one of the biggest problems in India is the infamous inferiority complex that we have in India. I would say most Indians have an inferiority complex. Most Indians have been taught that their culture is worthless, their ancestors achieved nothing of value, that India's history is a history of defeats to superior peoples, and that sort of thing. That's all we are taught. Right? And the education system is such that it deracinates us. So most Indians have this deep inferiority complex. They see everybody from outside of India as being superior to them, especially white people. And that's why they give full support to some nations. Full support. And I remember that when Trump won his second term, there were some Indians who were praying in temples for Trump and putting tilak on Trump's forehead, on the forehead, in his images, in his pictures, and so on. It's a problem of Indians being deeply mentally colonized and laboring under this massive inferiority complex. And the way to address this is to reform the education system, without which Indians will forever perceive themselves as inferior. So the education system has to be reformed, but it's not being reformed. There is no danger of the education system being reformed over the next decade at least. So that's the issue. Why do Indians and Hindus have this issue? Because they labor under a massive inferiority complex, and they are deeply, deeply mentally colonized. That's why we see this phenomenon over and over again. Suraj Bini says, is this the worst side of Trump? Or are we yet to see something even worse? On the poly market, there are 60% chances that Trump will be impeached before the end of the term. Well, the end of his term is still about more than 2 years away. So we'll see about that. Is this the worst side of Trump? Have we seen the worst of him? We haven't. I promise you, we haven't seen the worst of Trump. There is much worse lying behind the scenes. He has the potential to do much worse than what he is doing thus far. Okay? Much worse. And I'm talking about the Iran war. He could do much worse than what he has done thus far. Reddy Always Reddy says, Hindu Napunsakata started and reared by the Mahatma. A lot comes from there. A lot. Yeah. I agree. Shatabish says, agree with you on Iran education system better than India's. What I was trying to acknowledge is yet our ability compared to other countries. Yeah, totally. To get into high skill niche tech jobs world over, all the way up to the top management positions where merit governs. But it doesn't serve India in any way whatsoever. See, Indians, they have the ability. See, the education system is trash. The average Indian engineer is not as good as the average Iranian engineer because they have not been taught properly, etc. And yet, Because of our huge population, you have a large number of people who are still world class, better than world class, and who go westwards. And they go and get into high skilled niche tech jobs world over. And then they end up serving those countries, and India loses its talent year after year after year. Is that a nice thing? It's a terrible thing. So I agree with what you're saying, but that's nothing to celebrate. That's actually India losing talent year after year after year. Venkatesh says, hypothetically speaking, if you were given the chance to join one ministry in government, which will you choose and why? I will choose, if I were to be hypothetically minister of something, what would I choose? I would choose to be the minister who runs the PMO, which means the prime minister. Then I will declare India to be a presidential system, and then I'll declare myself president. Just kidding. Hypothetically speaking, if I were given a chance to join one ministry, well, if I'm given full control and full authority to do whatever I want, maybe I'll start with the education ministry. Yeah, if there is one. I think we have a human resources ministry or something like that. Yeah, so maybe that. Maybe that. Maybe a space. We don't have a space ministry, do we? We don't. We don't. Okay. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, Pradeep Kumar Roy says, Ashwini Sharma says, does Sir plan to continue the Indian Industries? If not, he requests Sir to continue it. Okay. Maybe I should resume that. It's not permanently stopped. So maybe I can resume that. Indian interest. Okay. I could do it potentially. Let's see. Okay. Thank you for the recommendation. Thank you. Manmeet says, name change would be perfect at a time when Pak land is required. Yeah, okay, name change of India to Bharat. I think we can change India's name to Bharat now. Not wait for a Shubh Muhurat, right? Just do it. Do it. If that's what you're saying, change of name from India to Bharat. Yeah. But yes, Pak land, it's not Pak land, it's our land. Pakistan is an illegitimate nation. It was created illegitimately. Okay. Ansh Divu says, you are awesome, allegedly. Thank you, thank you. How can this escalate to World War III? Won't India, China, Africa, etc., simply refuse to participate? See, in a world war, everybody doesn't have to participate. In the First World War, did various African, etc., nations participate? No, they did not. They did not. There was fighting on African nations' territory, but by outsiders, not by them. In the Second World War, again, there was fighting in Africa, but it was not those nations who were fighting, right? So a World War III doesn't mean that every single nation has to fight. But if you have nations from Europe and Asia and America all fighting in the same war, it kind of becomes like a world war. The more nations get involved, the more you can call it a world war. So right now it's the US, which is in North America, fighting against Iran, which is in Asia. And along with the US, there's another nation, Israel, that's fighting against against Iran. Israel is politically a Western nation, but geographically in Asia. And then you have the Gulf nations that are also being dragged into this as collateral damage by the Americans and Israelis. Now, if more nations get involved, if Pakistan gets involved, for example, or if the Americans force EU or NATO nations to get involved in this, then it starts. Then obviously it will cause a chain reaction, because of which Russia and China may get involved. So you have more and more of the most powerful nations getting involved in the war, and that is when we start calling it a World War III. We will refuse to participate, but if China, Russia, the US, Iran, EU, NATO nations are all fighting, it already becomes a World War III, right? Kangle says, wishing you a blissful night. Thank you very much, Kangle ji. Thank you. Deepak says, Tuesday power plant day, please explain. Trump has promised that he will blow up more Iranian power plants on Tuesday if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz by that time. That's what it means. It means that Trump wants to blow up and destroy more Iranian power plants on Tuesday. Okay. Yashwant Prakash says, retired bodybuilder from Great Britain. Please Google Yashwant bodybuilder. That's me with Indian flag. Have watched literally all your podcasts and videos. Have helped me raise standards greatly. Thank you very much, Yashwantji. Let me Google that. Let me Google your name. Give me a second. Okay. Let's see. Yashwant bodybuilder. Yashwant bodybuilder. Okay. So that is you, Yashwant Prakash. Outstanding. That is quite a physique that you had built up during during the time when you competed. There we have it. That is an impressive physique, sir. Outstanding, really, really amazing. And thank you so much for having been a long time viewer of mine. Thank you so much. It's I really appreciate that, sir. All right, sir. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you. Do well. All the best. And please keep watching. Please keep interacting. Thank you so much, Yashwantji. Ansh Divu says, you forgot to mention a certain geopolitical expert and YouTube sensation in the list of people who can come to power in the next decade or two. A certain Indian geopolitical expert or YouTube sensation in a list of people who can come to power in the next decade or two. Who could that be? Well, I don't know who it is, so I don't know if I forgot. I didn't forget because I don't know who you're referring to. A certain Indian YouTube sensation. I don't. Are you talking about? Are you referring to me? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. The posture co says, do you think the Navik failure is a psyop? Our government and armed forces may be baiting Pakistan to act terrorist attack to take advantage. Thoughts? Well, it is possibly a possibility. And if that is the case, I'll be very pleased that it is a psyop. But most likely it's not a psyop. I hope I'm completely wrong. But yeah. Okay, Pradeep Kumar Roy says, unpopular opinion, Arnab Goswami is the best Indian journalist right now, according to me, far better than others in the mainstream media. Well, you will notice that I go on Arnab's debate from time to time. Not very frequently, but once in a while I do go there, right? And I generally discuss matters related to India's national interest and geopolitical interests. So yes, and he does discuss matters that other channels don't discuss. Yeah, and matters that need to be discussed. So I appreciate that, definitely. Right. Ishwar says, Soldier Boy asking you, sir, why don't you think ONO is de facto presidential system and his take on that? What's an ONO? ONOE. One nation, one election. Is it a de facto presidential system? I'm not sure. I've not thought about it. I'll have to examine one nation, one election in detail and what its consequences could be. I have not given it any thought. So I don't know. Is it a de facto presidential system? I'll have to think. I cannot give you a knee-jerk reaction because that is a complex matter. So I'll have to think about it. But interesting question. Interesting question for sure. I shall think about this and maybe I'll speak about this in the next live stream. Reddy says, Hinsa Paramo Dharma, Dharma Hinsa Tatheva. I think the original quote is only Ahimsa Paramo Dharma. I don't think in the Mahabharata it says Dharma Hinsa Tatheva Cha. I don't think it says that. But it's something that people are adding these days to give this, more context and nuance. But I think we should be faithful to what the Mahabharata, the original text, says. But yes, the point of the whole Mahabharata story of the events and the lessons we are supposed to learn from that is that it is perfectly legitimate to destroy those who do ahimsa through hinsak means. Okay, Pradeep Kumar Roy says, Technos J Bharat asks, despite having so many semiconductor design engineers, why is there no global Indian fabless chip design company? If we have one, then we could have easily outsourced production to TSMC. We have some of the best software engineers in India, but we have no global company that produces world leading software products, right? So it's the same problem that we have. We don't have uh, any entrepreneurs who want to take this big risk of investing tremendous amounts of money and not getting a profit immediately, but having a profit only after 5-10 years. The Indian businessmen and businesswomen, they want returns immediately, quickly. That's why they will go into kirana shops business. They will go into pet foods business. They'll go into all these things, but they will not go into strategic sectors. Adani goes into strategic sectors. Do you know that? And why is Adani the prime target of all the India haters? Because they go into strategic sectors that are not public facing. That's what the public doesn't know what Adani does. So that's the issue with India: lack of ambition, lack of Indian companies don't do R&D. Indian companies simply want to get the products. I mean, you have Indian car manufacturers, okay, but the core technology is still imported under license from Germany or wherever. That's an issue with India, you know. So we have so many semiconductor design engineers, but we don't have any semiconductor company, any global fabrication company. Very, very unfortunate, right? Matt Blackbeard says India is buying oil and gas from Iran. Does that reduce the possibility of being American vassal? Does US lose leverage on us due to West Asia war? Yes, yes. Both answers, both questions, yes. If India is buying oil and gas from Iran, it reduces the likelihood of India becoming an American vassal. If the US, if the result of the war is not favorable to the US does lose leverage over India. Not all of its leverage over India, but certainly some of the leverage, a decent amount of leverage they will lose over India if they lose the West Asia war. Indeed, indeed. Piyush Sinha says, NATO fought with the US shoulder to shoulder in Libya, Iraq, Syria, but hesitant to go into Iran. Despite North Atlantic Organization, it got engaged outside of the region. So why are they hesitating now? Because this US government is very different from previous US governments. In the past, the US has always treated the NATO nations as equals. And that's why NATO was willing to fight in Libya. You had Rafales flying over Libya. The French sent Rafales to Libya, right? And Iraq. NATO was there in Iraq, Syria, all that. So the US historically always treated NATO nations as equals with due respect and all that. So NATO was willing to do whatever the US said. And NATO, yeah, that's why. Today, the US is treating NATO nations like third world nations. There's no respect given anymore. They're treated like the US would treat Sri Lanka. No disrespect intended. That's how the US is treating NATO nations. And the US is losing in Iran. So why should NATO now, if they're being disrespected so badly, go and shoulder the burden of the American disaster in Iran? Why should they? Right? Doesn't make sense. Okay, Pradeep Kumar Roy says the brainwashing question was meant for you. Actually, Jiang part was added later. All right. Got it. Okay. Pradeep says, good night, sir. Sweet dreams. Thank you very much, Pradeep. Good night to you as well. And we shall now very quickly wrap up this session. News Sensei says, Ajit Doval, sir, son, UK citizen, S. Jaishankar, son, US citizen. I think facts are facts. What can I do about facts? Facts are facts. Aditya Yada says, what do you think of sand batteries? Sand batteries. What is that? Let's quickly Google that. Sand batteries. So I'm not aware of this new technology. Sand battery, a large-scale, high-temperature thermal energy storage system that uses sand or similar materials as its storage medium. What are sand batteries? Okay, so it's some kind of technology. I'm not aware of it. I'll have to look into it. I'm sure it's some um, you're storing thermal energy, means heat inside sand overnight or something, and then you can. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly how it works. I'll have to look into it, which may take some time. But looks like some innovative new technology. It looks like. Hmm. Parichi Raja says Durandar is based on Indian spy Ravinder Kaushik? Question mark. Possibly, possibly. I don't know for sure, but it looks like it could be. Yes. Aim Sapien says, I feel my motherland is being choked. I feel sometimes very worried about bigger nations like China, USA will stop our growth, like US did with Japan by forcing it to sign Plaza Accords. Your views? So the US was able to force Japan to sign the Plaza Accords because Japan is under US military occupation and Japan can't say no. See, Japan is under permanent US military occupation. It was in the 1980s when the Plaza Accords happened. It still is. And the US has more than 130 permanent military bases in Japan, which means it's got a whole armed force deployed across Japan, army, navy, and air force. Japan is under full scale American military occupation. So when the Americans then say to Japan, sign this piece of paper, Japan has no choice. They have to do it, right? So the Americans can't do that to India. They can arm twist India, which they do, but they can't force us to sign something which is harmful to us. They can bribe us into doing something, I suppose, and so on. So that depends on the quality of the leadership and so on. Today, the leadership is much better than in the past. So you are right to feel worried about the future of India because India is not a very powerful country. It's more powerful than most countries, but still not powerful compared to the US, China, or Russia. Russia is not a problem for us. The US and China are. And the US is treating India as an adversary. The US is not being friendly to India at all. Okay, look at everything they're doing. It's not being friendly to India. It's being hostile to India. So it is right. You're right to feel worried, and hopefully, I would say that you know, as long as we have the right leadership, as long as in this democratic system people keep voting the right way for the right people, as long as that happens, we will have a good chance of doing well. And yeah, if we can hold out without becoming a vassal by 2050, then I think by even 2040, yeah, then I think then eventually we will become unstoppable. Yeah, so I think both China and the US have a similar approach towards India, but in different ways. Piyush Sinha says, hydration reminder, Saji, salute to dedication. Thank you. 5 hours straight, almost 5 hours. Even PW class 12 marathons don't go so far. Good night. Good night. I don't know what PW is, but all right. Thank you. Oh, physics wala. Oh, physics wala. Oh, I see. I am not aware of that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I shall end this soon now. Thank you. Matt Blackbeard says prioritizing Sindh and Balochistan over POK could cripple Pakistan's trade via Karachi, protect Hindu minorities, and secure energy via Iranian pipelines, though it presents immense geopolitical risks. I think Sindh and Balochistan, prioritizing them makes more sense. They are way less radicalized than Punjab, than the Pakistani Punjab for sure, right? Um, yeah, I agree with you. So if we can somehow, you know, have Pakistan balkanized and Sindh and Balochistan become independent nations, then it could offer India significant opportunities to, first of all, have a peaceful neighborhood, yeah, and help the people of these two regions, right, as a friendly nation, and also access Iranian oil and potentially even gas through Sindh and Balochistan. Yeah, but obviously, balkanizing Pakistan is easier said than done because Pakistan is under US protection. So, and trying to do that would entail significant risks. Yeah, but if it happens, it will be beneficial not just for India, but for Sindh, Balochistan, as well as for Iran. Okay, and that was the last of the super chats. So I think I shall now call it a night. It's been almost 5 hours. We did not quite cross the 5 hour mark. Okay, there's one more question. Gaurav Chavda says, do you see any move Trump can do and win the next election? In the United States, a president can be elected twice, 2 terms. And Trump has already He's already into his second term as president, so he can't stand one more time for election as per the current laws. So Trump is not going to get a chance for a third term anyway. Right? Next presidential election won't happen. Well, if you're asking about the midterms, do I see any move Trump can do and win the midterms that happen in November this year? Well, he has to win this war against Iran, and that's why he's so desperate. But that is easier said than done. All right, that brings me finally to the live stream, to the end of this live stream. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. I shall now call it a night. I take your leave. We shall do a live stream about this matter very soon in the coming week. So keep learning, keep asking questions, keep raising your standards, and take care. I shall see you very soon in the next one. Good night for now. Bye bye.